We are on. I love that. So, well, we're a little late getting ourselves ready this morning, but we're here. So, thank you so much for being here this morning. And once again, thank you, staff, for your wonderful and diligent work. And I see we have the county attorney and the deputy county attorney with us. So we'll go ahead and get started, and let's go ahead and do roll call. My name is Patrice Horstman, and I am Chair of the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor from District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Beautiful morning. Look forward to the rest of the day here. Matt Ryan.
District 4.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for all the hard work you do for the county. Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor.
District 5. All right. Well, with that, County Manager, I'm turning it over to you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. Today's schedule is in a few moments. The board will consider retiring into exec session to receive advice from counsel. After that, we will, well, in order to do that, though, after you do take the vote to retire into exec session, we will proceed upstairs. Since we are all in person, we will go upstairs to the Grand Canyon room and have the exec session in that room. Well, because the issue with that is the recording. We'd have to interrupt the feed, and it's difficult to do that. I'll ask Lindsay to respond, but I don't have a.
Yeah, for technical reasons, I think we need to, and to preserve the confidentiality of executive session, I will take the county manager's request, and I'm assuming that there really is no objection to that now with that explanation. So, members of the board, we've had 2 members of the Board of Supervisors who have requested an executive session with our legal team, county attorney and his deputy county attorney, on some questions of law. And it would be standard operating procedure, and we do have it on our agenda, that we can go into executive session for a legal advice from legal counsel at any time during the budget hearing. So with that, I would entertain a motion for executive session to go in to executive session for advice from legal counsel in accordance with the open meeting law. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we go into executive session.
Supervisor Begay makes a motion for executive session. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of going into executive session for advice from legal counsel, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We will go into executive session upstairs in the Grand Canyon room and receive legal advice. We'll be right back.
Siri, the deputies, and myself will be.
Test, 1, 2. Hi, Siri. I just wanted to make sure you all can hear me.
Lucy, if you're on, can you?
Hi, Siri. It's Omar. Lucy had to jump off for a moment, but I'll be screen sharing if that's okay with everyone.
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right. Everyone should at this point be see the cover page for Coconino County. Is that correct?
We do see that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez, Superintendents, Manager Peru, Deputy Manager Brown, and CFO Mulaney. A real pleasure to be here again. Whenever, however you guys want to introduce things, I'm glad to take you through the update of the ASRS discussion.
And thank you for being with us this morning, Omar. So we see you. We even hear you and we see you. So thank you.
Wow, that's a win.
So Omar, we are ready for you to go through the slides.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, CFO Mulaney. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be in front of the council again, and wanted to just provide some updates to questions and discussions that we had the last time relative to the ASRS opportunity, particularly relative to the contribution prepayment pre-funding program. So with that, one of the topics that we talked about the last time that we met was investment returns for ASRS. Now, when you consider a transaction like this, you want to think about sort of long stretches of amortization of how have investment returns done over courses of 25 years. One of the things that we thought about was, what if we took the worst case scenario? If we put COVID, 2008, the dot-com bubble, and some of the debt crisis of the late 90s, what if we took the trailing 25-year average? So we actually did that for each of the past years. Obviously, from 2000 would go back all the way to 1975. I think the more recent data from 2021 or 2020 is probably more germane to our view of understanding risk. And so when we look at that, again, that's an average of the 25-year period. So it's not just the 1 year. It's, how has it done over the entire 25-year, more or less back testing the notion of what could be to come, understanding, of course, that the retrospective look is not necessarily prospective. Nonetheless, a few interesting things emerge. One, the minimum for that period, for this period that we have the data for, was 771. And I think that was probably in 2020. So going all the way back to 95, when you pull in some of the debt crises of the late 90s. The maximum was 1268. And obviously that's going back further. And so I think that's probably a little bit less germane. But importantly, you see that it has never gone south of the assumed rate of 7% and had a median of 916 and a mean of 988. All of this is to say, relative to considering any contribution prepayment that you make to ASRS, there's a historical track record that would suggest you have a very good chance of meeting or exceeding the actuarial rate, as ASRS has done in the past. I know that this was a topic from our last conversation, so I'll pause there, Chairwoman Horstman, to see if there are questions, and I hope I'm saying your last name correctly, and I really feel badly if I'm not.
We hear you just fine, and members of and we have the handouts, which are also viewable on our screens for the public and for our staff. So you're sounding and doing just fine. Members of the board, any questions or comments at this point? Please proceed.
Fantastic. So the next thing we wanted to look at is, you can't turn on the news today. And as you see, I have a TV running in my office regularly, watching the news to see what markets are doing. And today, there's been actually a lot of movement relative to equities. There's been a great sell-off, which that's not reflected in these numbers, but I would just share relative to where you would be buying in. You're more or less buying, at some discount to where the Dow or any of the equity indexes were a few months ago. And so in many ways, I think that further mitigates and reduces your risk profile should you elect to do any actual investment returns. Obviously, if you look at the same time, we have seen our borrowing costs increase, but we are seeing sizable deals and other pension funding deals get done. Yesterday, our firm ran $700 million for Bay Area Transit and received good reception. Obviously, the rates are higher, but still within reason, and we'll present to you our view of where that is at this moment, understanding it's moving quite a bit, and sort of options that the county might consider moving forward. So again, we just wanted to demonstrate the real crux of where you can hear about all the Fed action, or the Fed's increasing 50 basis points here, 50 basis points there. And while that is important to us, what we really look at for a lot of what you're looking to do is the 10-year US Treasury. One, because these are taxable bonds, and two, because these are ones that, the Treasury rates are informed not as much by Federal Reserve policy as they are inflationary expectations, economic growth expectations, and what's happening in other asset classes. And so even in the course of the last 2 days, we've seen the 10-year Treasury had gone north of 3, and as of this morning has been in the mid 280s, which again is part of our approach that we've taken for a while of getting ready to go as early as possible, such that we'll have more bites at the apple to find these windows where the market is a little bit more attractive. I'll pause there again because I know this was another topic that people wanted to ask, and Madam Chairwoman, if there are questions or comments.
Members of the board, any comments or questions? Please proceed.
Thank you. So just to highlight again what we've been talking about with ASRS, and I know we've been through this before. Right now, the ASRS program is, if enacted through Senate Bill 1082, which as you all know, there is some impasse in the legislature relative not necessarily to ASRS as much as I understand a broader budget and state political issues that aren't necessarily a part of it. It is our understanding and hope that this is to move forward as planned, and hopefully to move forward as planned with the emergency clause so that you could move quickly. Nonetheless, if assuming this program is available, the idea is that you borrow on a taxable basis, deposit the proceeds with ASRS. In exchange for those proceeds, for your proportionate share of the unfunded liability, you'll get a written agreement from ASRS in the form of a contract with a fixed offset credit that can be applied to your payments over the next 25 years. That gives you a couple of choices. That gives you the choice to use a guaranteed rate of return, or the RAFR, as it is known in the ASRS parlance, or the actual, or the Aurora, which allows you to sort of move up and down with the fund, a lot more like what you did with PSPRS, where you're actually buying into a chunk of however the ASRS investments go up or down. And so, that in and of itself, obviously the RAFR, when we started these conversations, rates were so low, there was a great opportunity to just say, hey, here's some free money. Rates have increased to the point where, and we'll show you in just a minute, the guaranteed rate of return likely doesn't make a lot of sense at this moment in time, absent rates really moving further south, which I'm not going to prognosticate on that, but I do think it would be appropriate to consider some other alternatives. So I'd like to share with you a couple of what the numbers look like today, and a couple of the trade-offs between using RAFR, or guaranteed, and Aurora. And I can use the terminology guaranteed and actual just because RAFR and Aurora is a tongue twister, and it is. So we'll move to that. Scenario number one, and Madam Chairwoman, please stop me, or feel free to interrupt if there are things that I have missed or what have you. So if we were to go all guaranteed, or all RAFR, as it is known, right now the savings level is negative. Of course, that's not something we would advise or expect that you would want to do. We just want to reflect what that is currently at that 534. And again, the budgetary savings, that rate is so close to the guaranteed rate, it just doesn't make sense, and not something that we would anticipate you want to do at this time. We'll go to scenario. So again, here you can see you'd be at a loss of 50,000 a year. Nothing that we'd recommend at this time. Scenario two is a 50-50 split between guaranteed and actual. And that produces expected cash flow savings of $4.3 million. And as you can see, is a nice, when you consider that you're looking at 50 million, it's certainly a nice threshold to be able to meet and produce value for the county. Now, again, I'd mentioned earlier that equities have sold off. You can't turn on the news without seeing that. There's actually probably the opportunity to have additional upside above what's been shown there, but we reflect what is in the actual reports, what is shown on an accounting basis, because I think that's the most fair way in which to examine it. Finally, scenario, and by the way, scenario two would result in about 200,000 of expected savings each of the years. Understanding there'd be ups and downs very much in the same way that you'd find for PSPRS. Scenario three looks at all Aurora, or all actual. And this would be a lot more akin to what you did with PSPRS and with Mike and Clark and the team there. To put it all in at the actual rate of return, They assume the 7%. It could be higher, it could be lower. That results in a savings level of $9.6 million. So all in all, obviously, the RAF, or the guaranteed rate of return, is the lowest risk, but obviously doesn't produce savings. A 50-50 has a moderate level of risk and good savings. And scenario 3, the all actual, produces the most savings and carries with it more risk. Again, I would consider the risk relative to historical returns and relative to the county's liquidity profile to manage that risk on a prospective basis. And again, if you were to use scenario 3, you'd have anticipated savings of just about $460,000 a year, and also pay off this. All 3 of these scenarios we show paying things off about 3 years early, which we think is a rating positive and good fiscal policy. So with that, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to pause and see if there are questions, comments, or discussion.
Members of the board, any questions, discussion, concerns, other than the general concern on the stock market and the general concern for our return, and other concerns, obviously, that, are not unique to the Coconino County, but appear to be plaguing us across the country at this point. So any other comments, questions that you might have for Omar?
Madam Chair. If I
Yes,
may.
Supervisor Ryan.
Actually, Omar, thank you for the presentation, and I really appreciate the evaluation of risk using historical lows that we've seen more recently. What is, I'm just wondering, what is the pattern right now as people are, you mentioned BART was just investing associated with it. What pattern are you seeing from others that are considering this?
So relative to others considering pension financings, and BART was, I should make it clear, that was for Bay Area Rapid Transit. So that was not pension related. That was just relative to the debt side of things. But relative to people currently, I'm working on other transactions in Arizona. We have one in the market today for Bisbee. They're doing a PSBRS transaction. We have $750 million for Springfield, Massachusetts. They are doing, that's all pension, all taxable. They continue to move ahead. Obviously looking for that right time for the borrowing cost. And I think there are 3 things that that I've shared with people, and I'd share with you, Supervisor Ryan, and other members of the board. Number 1, the best thing, I'm not saying that this is a slam dunk. What I'm suggesting is it is good to be ready and give staff the authority to move should debt markets be favorable and stable. And there are going to be those, in my opinion, having done this for 20 years, there are going to be windows in 2022 where that is the case, and there will be windows where it is not the case. And one, from the debt perspective, the best thing you can do is be ready as soon as possible so that you have more bites at the apple. Number 2, relative to pensions, you're going to be buying in at the level at which you, make the deposit. And so if you're buying in at what is it, 31, of course it's not up on the screen when I turn around, it's in the mid 31,000s versus in the high 36,000s. You're essentially getting 15% off. History has shown us there's a reversion to the mean and a long-term growth trajectory in equities. And so in many respects, the slightly higher borrowing cost is offset by the slightly lower equity buy-in. And so the fact that stocks have gone down in many ways, I see as being a positive for your proposed transaction. In the same way that you might say, hey, I have 401k deposits. Frankly, as an individual, I'm more likely to want to put it in now than I would have when the Dow was up up at the peaks. Of course, that's when it feels good to put it in. But if you follow Warren Buffett and others, they always suggest that the way to make money is to invest when it's a little bit scary, and it is a little bit scary now. But ASRS has a good track record, and again, if you look at the fact that we have 21 years of back-tested history for the 25-year trailing, and ASRS hasn't lost yet, and that's been through some pretty tough waters. And so looking at that, this is not about what's going to happen next month or next year, but it's really about what will happen over the course of 25 years. And so I would personally, I would think of it in that context. Not to make any guarantees about the future. None of us know that. But I would think of it in that respect. Number three, to the extent that you would have any reserves or other things, as you did for PSPRS, those monies are now, you used to really earn nothing for those. And now given the Fed actions, you could earn money from that. So I think there's still a lot of veracity to the approach. But, it requires thoughtfulness and diligence.
All right, thank you, Omar. On that, actually, I was ready when we started this conversation, and we are seeing the fluctuation. It does provide the opportunity to pause for a moment and take a look. Even so, typically, my own approach would be mixing them together, but I'm looking at what they're doing at ASRS also. And I'm looking at the higher yield piece associated with this is where I'm leaning. But the important thing is we need to be able to pivot and pivot right away, and that's giving Siri the go on it if we have the right opportunity associated with that.
And I agree with the comments of Supervisor Ryan. I don't see at this point that we have really a choice, to be honest.
So, or
No,
Vice Chair.
I was going to say I'm absorbing it all, but I agree with my colleagues.
So really, one of the things, Chair Horstman and members of the board, we would be looking for direction on is similar to what Supervisor Ryan said, because originally when we presented this, we were looking more at scenario one, the guaranteed rate of return, because the numbers were higher. Obviously, now that is flipped to a negative expected cash flow savings, that wouldn't be in our best interest. But if things were to be, whether they're consistent or not, I think what we need direction on is the investment strategy in general, weighing the risk versus the potential rate of return. And so we had presented, scenarios 2 and 3, one being sort of that, mixed risk, but also with scenario 3, just one thing to point out that Omar mentioned is that is the approach we took with PSPRS. It's all based on actual rate of return. So it is a risk tolerance that the board has moved on in the past with a similar debt structure. But really, I think one thing we need to be positioned in addition to waiting for the legislative authority to proceed is to know then if we are to proceed, which direction the board would like to go in with the investment. We did meet with the rating agencies, and that was one of the questions they asked was if it would be, if investment strategy was determined yet. And I don't know or you can speak to if that's required to get our rating on this from the agencies, but that was something we were looking for direction on if possible today.
Thank you, CFO Mulaney. And right, the rating agency, I think that's just a question. Rating agencies tend to want more information rather than less. But given the conversations we had relative to your PSPRS transaction, I wouldn't envision, I think it's more a matter of curiosity to them. Obviously, scenario 1 is the lowest. I I think they're going to be equally comfortable from a rating perspective with any of them. But, naturally want to understand what they're rating. And so I see it in that stead rather than something contingent of, if you pursue 2 versus 3 versus 1, that there'd be a differential in rating. I do not believe that would be the case.
Thank you. And so, Omar, in terms of timeline, we could have this as information today, and then if we come back to ask for authority to proceed, get direction at that point as well. So we could give time to think about it and then receive direction at that time. Is that correct?
Siri, I'll defer to you and Manager Peru relative to the county's process. Really in terms
I don't believe it's on the agenda
Oh.
for action. It's just discussion. On the other hand, it seems to me that time is of the essence. So it may be something we need to look at in the not too distant future. So the discussion is also good and helpful. This is an important decision for the board and for the county. So, but it probably needs to be placed on an upcoming agenda for an action item soon.
Omar, can you speak to the timeline of expected authority from the state in order to proceed?
Of course. Relative to our last conversations, and certainly, we think the county and any outreach that you have to members of the legislature is helpful to try to get to that supermajority. It's our understanding that 1082 is held up relative to the broader budget process of the state. Those are things I can't prognosticate on, other than I've heard that in the next week or two that they'll start to move bills. And obviously we understand and hope that 1082 should be on the yes pile. After that point, whenever it is enacted, assuming that it has emergency clause, it would become effective immediately. And in discussions with Chairman Mattson, his intention is, to allow people to go as quickly as they are ready. So in the event that, right now it's May 12th, if things were to be approved, 1082 was to pass at the end of the month, I would envision being prepared in the ideal case to access the market in early to mid-June.
Thank you. That's actually very helpful for us. Any other questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
You already said it, but noting that we should post this and line ourselves up to be prepared ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other, Siri, anything further?
No, thank you. I think we have what we need to proceed.
All right, members of the board, any other comments, questions? We all have concerns, but any other comments and questions? Thank you so much. Thank you, Siri, and thank you, Omar, for providing us this updated information.
Thank you as always, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Always a pleasure to visit with the Coconino County team. We love working with you and really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And if there are no other questions, I will excuse myself, but I'm certainly available at any time through Siri or Manager Peru.
Thank you, Omar. I'm sure we'll be talking to you in the future. Appreciate you being
Thanks very
before
much.
us today.
Be well.
Thanks, Omar. Madam Chair, members of the board, we're going to transition back to department presentations. And at this time, you will see on the screen, we have information technology, and we have Matt Fowler and Helen Costello that are joining us virtually today. So is the chair ready to proceed?
Yes, County, okay. Yes, County Manager, we are ready to proceed.
Okay. I'm going to provide Sue an opportunity to tee it up on her end, and then we'll go with Matt and Helen.
Hello, Helen. I see you, and there's Matt. Thank you both.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We really appreciate the time today. This is our last department hearing, and we're thrilled to have Matt Fowler, our CIO, and Helen Costello, our Deputy CIO, joining us today from the Information Technology Department. They absolutely touch every department and many of our partners throughout the region in Coconino County and beyond. And so a huge thank you to them for an incredibly successful year that is following incredibly successful years previous. They are the absolutely critical component in our success in handling the pandemic and for the organization to go virtual in literally 2 weeks. So that accomplishment never gets old, and we continue to depend on their ability to flex with the organization as we continue. Madam Chair, there were 5 increment requests, and the county manager does recommend that we add to their fleet as they do go throughout the county and beyond to assist on all matters that are information technology based. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Matt and Helen. Thank you.
And it's tab 16 for those of us on our notebook. So, and Matt and Helen, thank you. And she didn't mention, but you also got us through redistricting. And thank you for that as well. It was a tremendous feat from you and your staff. So thank you. And we look forward to hearing from you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Thank you to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown and, of course, Steve Peru and Lucinda. It's been a long 2 weeks for the board, and we recognize that, and so we appreciate you guys moving around the meetings for the presentation. We want to make this a conversation at the same time, so please, at any moment, if there's any type of feedback or dialogue that needs to be had, we certainly appreciate you jumping in. We want to start off just talking about who we are as a department. So I'm going to go ahead and just share our IT vision document with the board and with the public. And this is really just representing who we are within IT, really focusing on the people and culture first. And that's really to attract and to have long-term sustainability within the department, and really with a strong emphasis on retention and long-term operational success. Again, looking at enhancing services, we've all seen this with the pandemic of digital equality and underserved areas across our county with just a lack of infrastructure. Taking a look, a really firm assessment at IT security, and really taking huge strides over the last 4.5, 5 years to really safeguard citizen data and ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of all of our county resources. Continuously assessing community partnerships. Again, we have great partners right here in our backyard within Flagstaff, and working closely with the city, Flagstaff and NAU and United Way and Red Cross and all of the community partners that we have is really to our advantage, and just strengthening those relationships. And then taking a look at service delivery. How do we enhance the customer experience and customer service, and really at the same time providing transparent cost allocations to our stakeholders, just for awareness. Taking a look at our department in regards to staffing, if you can just make sure we highlight this. I'm going to pause here just for a second, as this is going to be on the funding request later in the slides, is that right now what you have within your deck is a little bit stale. We provided updated information, but this is going to look a little bit different just for your awareness. And what you can see here is we've put a T icon here, just representing the term positions. These are limited term. You can see that we also have the rural broadband and special initiatives position that we're going to be interviewing here over the next 10 days to fill. And that's a very critical role, again, relating to digital equality and infrastructure and getting our citizens connected in areas that don't have it today. And then also, taking a look at how our department is staffed. And so real quickly, and I won't go over all of our staff, obviously, but I want to highlight the IT leadership team, starting with Margot Neff, who's done a phenomenal job with redistricting, who you all know very, very well, is our GIS manager. Melanie Gordon is our business manager and does a fantastic job of handling all of our procurement and PAs and everything that happens behind the scenes. Lee Root, very, very well, who's hopefully over there and supporting over the last 2 weeks with the new technology at the boardroom, and he's our service delivery manager. Mr. Matt Malik is up and coming. He just started it as the business applications manager just about a year ago and has just done a phenomenal job leading the team and really doing digital transformation initiatives, and really appreciate him stepping up into that leadership position. Also, David Prentice, who's our IT operations manager, handles both data center operations and also the network engineering. So a lot of that infrastructure, wireless access points, and has been doing just a stand-up job. We do have the vacancy for the Chief Information Security Officer. I'm currently serving as the CISO in addition to the CIO, and I've been doing that for 4.5 years. So it's certainly something at some point we're really hopeful to have a segregation of duties and actually have a dedicated CISO other than myself. That's really best practice, but at the same time, I'm happy to fill that critical position to better safeguard our systems and implement policies and procedures. And then last but not least, just want to highlight Helen Costello, who's the Deputy CIO and does a phenomenal job assisting me and leading the team to do great things. So we're going to talk a little bit more about FTE requests a little bit later. You can see there are a few vacancies on here. Some of these are grant CDC funded positions, which are there on the bottom under the business applications portion. We do have 2 vacancies within business applications that are not grant funded through CDC or limited term. And we're hopeful to get the network administrator position filled, I think, in the next week or 2. And then we're more than likely going to underfill the CISO just to get additional capacity in the event our FTE request for IT security is not granted, that I would remain CISO and then underfill that as a second person, because it leaves Steven Sepulveda by himself. And we just need more than one person monitoring our infrastructure. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to our presentation material. Again, hopefully this is in alignment with what you all have at your fingertips. If not, please just interrupt at any time and we can pause and go through it together. I know there were some slight modifications towards the end and some really tight deadlines, but hopefully you have the material that matches what I'm presenting today. So I just went over the IT vision statement. We'll skip that. We're also going to skip through all of the different services that each division provides. This is all available for you to reference later if needed. I just showed the org chart in a better view, and so we're going to skip through the org chart portion. Starting off, before we go into the FY22 accomplishments, we also want to recognize the NACO award that was given to our county for information technology. Even though this is an information technology accomplishment, receiving an award, we couldn't do it without our county manager's office and the support of our board, and then of course all the hard work of our team, and really just partnerships across all departments. So,
and I apologize, Matt, I'm going to stop you for just a minute. We don't seem to have the PowerPoint. Is that true?
the presentation that I'm presenting now was provided over to the finance team in preparation for this meeting. Yes.
I'm sorry, I do not have that.
Just provide a copy to her.
I got a special book.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, I'll bring one to you.
Thank you.
Well, we absolutely need to get you a copy.
Well, I was just getting confused because I always like paper. So I don't know what happened, but that's happened a couple times. So we appreciate your, please proceed. I apologize.
Oh, no problem, Chair Horseman. And again, if at any time, just feel free to interrupt. That's why we're here, to have a conversation. So we just wanted to add in this. It's important to recognize our county accomplishment regarding NACO. And this was placing 8th place for our population category across the entire United States for our county, not just within Arizona. So this is a great kudo for our county management office and for our internal staff. And we were approached by NACO again in the Center of Digital Government for us to also apply for this year, which we concluded about a month ago. And so we're hopeful that we might get this 3 years in a row, if possible. And as we take a look at our accomplishments, this is really just very, very brief and partial. I mean, we could be speaking for hours and if not days about all the different initiatives that information technology has played a role in over the last year. And so just a friendly reminder that everything that we speak about, we tied this back to our vision statement. So the first pillar here is our people and culture. And so as you can see on the screen, it's really about training, giving the right tools and resources to our staff to try to make sure that we can retain them and that they feel confident supporting the environment and applications. And so you can see that we went through a reorganization and reclassification with the support of finance and also with the county manager's office. We've done a lot of customized training within the department. We've had some staff get certified, like Rob Kraus within database administration. There's been a lot of SDA and ELA participation with Margot Neff and Francine Honani, and then just participating in user groups, working with Esri, AGIC, and just ongoing professional development, really, to just make sure that our team has the right tools for operational success and partnership. One thing we also did with the people and culture is in alignment with County Manager Peru and our board is, how do we ensure that we can get the work done without necessarily being in the office, and what does that look like? So we've been very, very flexible around telework, hybrid approach, and staff safety. Moving on to the second pillar from the IT vision statement is enhanced services. Nobody's a stranger to this. Everyone knows that we have just been relentless in trying to pursue right-of-way and look at areas that we can improve across our county regarding infrastructure. The most prominent one, obviously, is the Highway 89 and 160 initiative, which is that URL on the screen there that talks about our broadband journey of pursuing right-of-way with Navajo Nation and other landowners to bring middle mile fiber up from Flagstaff to the border of Utah. In addition, of course, we're looking at alternatives. We don't want to necessarily put all of our eggs in one basket from an analogy perspective in the event that we are unable to receive right-of-way, that we don't have the opportunity to look at enhancing other communities within our county. So that's an ongoing initiative and takes a lot of work, and that we're happy to continue to swing the bat and make that happen. In addition to physical infrastructure like fiber, we've also, as you're aware, working with SpaceX Starlink. We're the first entity within Arizona to have an Angel account under NDA years prior. And that's really had some great benefits for those that don't have any option, whether there's microwave or cable or fiber, or really any type of media for internet services. And to date, we're over 250 households with SpaceX, with a project that we're trying to get up to eventually around 1,000. Our board obviously invested in 45 households at a cost of approximately $83,000, and again with high success. And that not only benefits just the student, but again, all aspects of technology, from telehealth, public life safety, economic development, maybe an online career or job, education. I mean, there's so many benefits from technology, and we certainly appreciate the support from our board. But as we take a look at enhancing services outside of just infrastructure, again, the hybrid environment there in the boardroom was very degraded. And there's a little bit of kinks still with the microphones that we're working through, and that's up and coming. But there's just been a lot of enhancements across the county. Another example is all of the wireless at Center of the Arts, for Fort Tuthill and the fair upgrades. The really big one for Lucinda's area, DCM Andrani, is for the Williams maintenance circuit. And so I'm certain that all the staff out there can agree, and it's long overdue. And we certainly appreciate the partnership with Niles on getting that implemented. Again, we've invested in our storage array, which is where all of our county data actually sits and resides. We're focusing heavily again on digital transformation in a variety of areas that's illustrated on the screen. We're focusing on our ERP platforms and our ExecuTime and timekeeping software. We've looked at enhancements regarding using drone mapping for emergency management and response, or especially around fire and flood mitigation efforts. And then again, we were the first domino. This wasn't just last year, but we were the first department that left our physical brick and mortar lease building to join forces with community development. And thank you to Jay Christelman for allowing us to have that shared space. And from that, there's a cost savings, obviously, to the taxpayers and to the county that we no longer have that lease building. And then we get into that, touchdown of 75, 25, 75% at home, 25% in the office. And as we do that, it creates a lot of ways of operating differently around facilities and enhancements. And again, a lot of that credit goes to Tom Hanachek and the facilities team. So a lot of cameras have been implemented, different site locations like the treasurer at the mall, and recorder for Patty Hansen, and a lot of different degraded cabling has been replaced. And then, of course, the really big one for me is operations and maintenance of our network infrastructure and making sure we don't have degraded or end of life equipment. IT security, I'm never excited about talking about publicly. I'm old school in that regard, but I will say publicly that we have not had an incident, so the constituents can know that you're in good hands, and we don't have any liability in that regard. There is never a silver bullet or a bulletproof environment. However, we've taken really aggressive steps over the last 4.5 years from where we started to where we're at today, where I could say I sleep at night, and I have a strong background in security. So I think that complements the situation to where, when I first got here, it was a little bit more concerning, but between the cyber attacks and all the email blocks and our metrics that we're constantly reviewing, and a lot of the tools that we've implemented via artificial intelligence and automation, we're in a much better position today. And so it's not something that you can just invest in and walk away and say, okay, we did this and we're not going to have an incident. It's a daily review, a continuous monitoring environment, and continuously mitigating those risks. And so it's been a culture change for the county on the O&M side of something that we typically didn't do as well in the past. And so now the team is fully engaged and everyone's been on deck and trained, and we couldn't do it without everybody being flexible to operating differently. And so that not just for IT, but for the entire organization. So I'm happy to go into an exec session if you want to have, not today, but anytime you prefer, Chair Horstman, to learn more about cybersecurity, the risks, our security posture, gap analysis, or anything that's of a concern for our board. I absolutely will share transparently in an exec session, so we don't advertise all those risks publicly where they could be used maliciously against us.
That would be good.
Yeah.
And I also think it would be an excellent to do an executive session on that for further discussion. Obviously, that's going to be an ongoing problem now and in the future. So
Absolutely.
thank you. We won't do it today, obviously. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And then, of course, the next pillar being community partnership. This is really important as we talk about emergency response, and we've all unfortunately know this very well. We don't have any documentation on this document regarding the tunnel fire, but we know from past floods and museum fire and all the different incidents that seem to be just kind of normal for our area, that it's best to join forces with the city and with all of our neighbors and community partnership in order to get things accomplished. So that's just always going to be there, and something that we're continuously strengthening from an IT perspective. You can also see on the screen here, there's different examples of public safety, PSAPs and E911 dispatch support for local and federal. There's the regional plan updates. There's the census, obviously, initiatives that were ongoing. There's just a lot of different highlights here, and these is just a small sample of everything that's been accomplished. And so one of the real political ones as well that I know that Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Begay have had interest in, which is supporting the Navajo Nation regarding their physical addressing meetings. And historically, they don't have a good addressing in place. And so we're not taking on that work of doing the Navajo Nation addressing, but we have a seat at the table, and we're able to collaborate and share ideas and attend those meetings to best support the Navajo Nation as they roll out addressing, for their area. And then, of course, the EOC support, call centers, citizen assistance application that the GIS team supports works extremely well, and really is a conduit for us to be able to respond to citizen needs very, very quickly. We also did a migration for AOC and for Val Wyant, and we're moving over some court services for AOC hosted migration for some cost savings and just streamlining some of the services for the court staff. Taking a look at service delivery, which is the last pillar here, is really all the tickets and just the customer experience and customer service side of the house that Lee Root does a phenomenal job with. It's been a little bit of a change, I think, for our county, as one of the IT security requirements and best practices to have an accurate IT asset inventory, and not just have an inventory, but have a cognizant owner, somebody that signed for it, that's accountable, that yes, I received this laptop. It also has some fiscal benefits, right? That we don't have as many systems potentially lost or misplaced because that individual is signing their name as they're receiving a particular piece of equipment, which sometimes could be over $1,000, $1,500. And so part of that is the fiscal responsibility, but what we're really targeting on the IT side of the house is risk. You know, where's that system at? Is it encrypted? What's it accessing? And so that's been a huge change around service delivery, is just tracking and doing device acknowledgement. So I just want to say thanks again to Lee and the entire organization for being flexible on something that they typically did not have to do in subsequent years. And you know, we're supporting over 1,200 systems and servers that are managed. We try to replace 20% of all of the systems each year, so it's not such a large fiscal impact to our board of trying to replace everything at once. And so right now it looks like there was about 185 that were currently replaced in FY22. One of the big things that we're trying to reduce is the number of applications that are supported. Right now, there's 160 separate applications that Matt Malik and the team are having to learn and be able to support for all of our customers. And what we want to do is, in time, hopefully bring that down to more of an enterprise number with not all the ad hoc or kind of custom applications within certain departments. But we also understand, because the different departments have different needs, you know, in some cases you just can't do that. However, this is where it gets problematic if you don't have the expertise or a lot of single points of failure when you have such a high number of applications and a low number of support staff. So it looks like about 1,000 tickets are processed every 30 days. And so we can see here in this representation, Health and Human Services, no surprise. I mean, that's expected around the pandemic, is the highest department. It shows IT here, and I think that's just from when they're fielding the calls, they're opening the tickets on behalf of users under us. And I think for next year, we'll try to get those to reflect the actual caller. But, you know, Health and Human Services by far way out there on total tickets. Again, that's in alignment with everything that we've seen with the unfortunate COVID and pandemic. And so as we take a look at what other opportunities or challenges has your department experienced in the last year, is absolutely things that are outside of our control, like supply chain. Similar to going to the store and not being able to purchase tissue and some of the just normal commodities that we all faced, simple things like just getting a laptop or maybe getting a TV or just getting software, anything that you would normally be able to just procure, we would find that we couldn't. And so this not only created inflation, but it really created some really unstable delivery timelines. And so Siri's been great, our CFO, regarding allowing some wiggle room around some of these items landing to the county later than they should. And it's just really about partnership and communication. And so a lot of the things that we would normally be buying right now that we would expect to receive before June 30th, we're not buying because we know we won't receive it. But on certain items that we absolutely have no choice, like emergency stuff, you know, of course we have to operate. So it's tough with the supply chain. The technology demand is very high. It's the highest that we've seen with, you know, any type of emergency or pandemic or, you know, unforeseen circumstances. What comes from that, in my opinion, is innovation. It comes like ideas. Different departments, elected officials, they reassess, like, how could we operate differently? How could we provide better services? How could we keep our staff safe? And all these different decisions are evaluated And the outcomes of that is typically operating in a digital way differently than we did from brick and mortar, which has an increase on technology implementation, project scope, requirements, meeting milestones and timelines. And then that obviously impacts the departmental pace. What can we accomplish? How many people? And at the same time, if they're in or out of the office or dealing with family emergencies or sickness and health and so on. And then as we look at staffing resources, really tough to hire. Extremely, I don't think this is any surprise. You've heard from all the other departments for the last, but this I don't feel is unique to IT. It's a national issue, and I think it's even more prominent for us just because of the cost of housing right here in Flagstaff. It's really difficult for somebody to move from Texas or maybe another state to come to Flagstaff unless they have a large investment, maybe from the proceeds from their home or something like that. So, we do a great job with compensation, I feel, of evaluating it and looking at ways to retain our staff and ensure that our workforce is taken care of. But in some of these, it's really, really difficult to hire someone and have, try to find affordable rentals or affordable homes. So that's been a really big challenge for IT, is just getting every position 100% filled. And then the next question that was asked is, describe the impacts COVID has had on your operations. One positive takeaway is it really transformed our organization to leverage teams. Prior to COVID, we weren't a huge teams environment, and now we are very much a teams environment. So how we operate, again, saving money without having some of those brick and mortar concepts, and being able to work remotely and hybrid from various locations and just provide services differently, I feel is a positive. Security threats are always going to be there. And of course, during any type of a crisis, we're going to see those increase. And so that takes additional staff time and monitoring to evaluate those risks. And then the other challenge is the fluctuation in the unknown regarding staffing and capacity. The challenges, like I just mentioned, around recruitment and retention are definitely surfaced. And so, we've got great opportunities with their, Director of HR, Erica Philpott, and her team. Everyone's just really been phenomenal working together and getting creative. Like, what can we do differently? And how could we still be attractive to the applicants and still get the work accomplished? And even though these are challenges, we also, have opportunities to do staff augmentation or maybe hire outside for third-party services, in some capacity to still get the work accomplished. So the next question is, what are your department's top goals and objectives for FY23? I feel for us, it's still the number one is the digital equality, which is the infrastructure for those that need it the most. Several areas are still underserved, and looking for opportunities to enhance. That's just going to be a topic for quite a while. Customer engagement is really important to us, listening and understanding the needs of not only our internal employees, but our constituents. Is there certain things that we're missing or that we can improve on? We're always happy to evaluate that. Digital transformation, again, getting rid of a lot of the paper and improving digital workflows and just operating differently so constituents don't have to drive into a particular location to get information. It could be a self-service model, as an example, or going to a kiosk or a touchdown shared service instead of driving 2 hours to Flagstaff, as an example. And one of the big ones for me that we've just been unable to tackle to date is the infrastructure right in Flagstaff. This is not regarding Page or other areas that we support, but all the lease lines that we currently have with a lot of our third parties. We appreciate the partnerships. They've all been fantastic. However, it comes at an expense. And so it would be ideal that into the future, we could, own our own fiber at some point, leveraging grants and other opportunities to get over to the Public Works Yard, to King Street, and all of our county buildings, and be able to maintain that fiber ourselves. And that would save us approximately $4 million over a 10-year period. Right now, we're averaging 400,000. I think this year's a little bit higher. I want to say about 425. But if we could invest in ourselves as a government, we're not going anywhere. That would be to our advantage of actually seeing some cost savings in the long run. So that's something I'd like to work with Lucinda in the future and our entire county manager's office and our board, of course, but really focusing more around public works, like is there opportunities to get some microtrenchers and or leverage ACA dollars and just do it third party, but certainly want to look at opportunities to have our own fiber in some capacity. And then continuing our governance, risk and compliance around IT security is just, it has to happen, reviewing it constantly and making sure that we're not missing anything. The threat landscape's constantly changing, as you're fully aware. So we just want to make sure that that is a priority. And then develop and share all technology accomplishments, not only with you all today, but it's a little difficult, to be honest, that, you know, we only get the opportunity once really to talk about funding requests, but we combine it with all of our kind of kudos and highlight reel. And so what I want to do, and what Helen and I and the IT leadership team have talked about, is we're just going to create a very transparent brochure, an e-brochure type deal, that not only our internal workforce and board can review, but we could also have that served out publicly. And it will really be something that, instead of hearing me talk for 45 minutes about all of our great successes as a department and as a county, that it's something that somebody could actually pull up from their electronic device and read over coffee and really maybe connect with us differently. But it's such a demanding environment. It's hard for us to pause to tell all that story. So we're going to make sure that's a priority, you know, over the next few months of getting that published. And it's an opportunity, like I said, for anybody to pull it down and review and read it at their leisure, and it'll help maybe connect some of the dots of all the accomplishments that have happened over the last few years. The department vision, kind of a little bit more, not long-term, but over the next 2 to 5, is again, governance, risk and compliance. It has to stay as a top priority. Infrastructure is still going to continuously be a topic of how do we get internet to unserved areas. I mean, it's kind of a repeat topic. And then we also want to make sure that we have the capabilities of attracting and developing a strong team, a strong workforce, with an emphasis on staying here, with an emphasis on retention. There's a lot of time and commitment and money spent on bringing and onboarding, and I want to try to build out a team for our county that plan on staying here a long, long time. We have a great county, and that's why I came here. And I feel like we're missing just a few little ingredients, but hopefully we can bring it all together and really build out some really phenomenal long-term sustainability. And then aligning our technology projects around the fiscal budget cycle. We're doing this better, but there's so many demands across 30 plus different departments. And we're such a small and lean team that if each department had 2 or 3 requests, instantly we have 60 or 90 projects. And so how do we go through and define these and have a better handle on what we're actually capable of accomplishing? And that way we're just not constantly underwater, and making sure that we're having transparent conversations with our board and our county leadership to where we can attack these things the right way and make sure that services aren't degraded, and that we're actually, being innovative and making a difference with the enhancements that are, that are installed. So, and then again, ongoing collaboration with all of our departments is always going to happen. And we're just going to continue to do what we do, and hopefully everybody, in partnership can join us. As we look at the next question, how do COVID recovery funds or federal infrastructure funds impact your department, and what role do they play in the type 2 to 5 year plan? So the ARPA funding has already been allocated, which everyone's fully aware of. That does require a lot of IT involvement, not across every area, but in a lot of them, there is some IT projects. So we will be involved in those initiatives. And then, of course, pursuing infrastructure grant opportunities to promote, broadband and infrastructure across Northern Arizona is going to continue. So as more and more opportunities become available, we absolutely want to have our name in the hat to try to leverage the state and federal dollars to do what we can, versus us trying to pay directly out of the county's funds, for example. And do you anticipate the need for additional operational staff or expansion to support your FY23 action plan? Absolutely, yes. We advocate and have been advocating since I started, with the county. And I understand this might sound silly and some may laugh, but I just feel like I'm not doing my job if I don't throw out the number appropriately. And so every year we've been historically saying that we truly need 6 additional FTE to keep up with the demand. And that's also a comparison to previous staffing within county IT historically. And so we understand that that's not possible. And so that's why, as we go into the funding request, we'll see a different number that was actually requested. But we believe right now, obviously, the peak is very, very high, and we don't know if it's going to taper or continue to go up. But we're not seeing any kind of a decrease in technology needs. We're seeing a huge demand on technology. And, in order to meet all these project deliverables, it takes people. And so it's just a combination of figuring out whether we're hiring additional FTEs, focusing on just filling the vacancies and looking at staff augmentation. But we have a great leadership team in county manager's office and board that I'm certain will be able to work this out in partnership of whatever that looks like. And so are there any emerging threats, trends, or otherwise not noted? The right-of-way portion, I don't think there's an answer to this because it's not, the Navajo Nation is treated differently, obviously, than the rest of the United States. So even if we go to legislation on some of these things, that I would just like to see an easier right-of-way for fiber and infrastructure that has community benefit, for the public and not necessarily for the private, but also look at private partnership opportunities. But right-of-way is not easy, unfortunately. And when it comes to infrastructure, it's something I think everyone agrees that we need more. And so it would be great if we could have some legislation that just really complements any project for fiber anywhere in our county, that it makes the project implementation easier for whoever's applying to make sure that actually happens. And then, of course, there's other legislation that's constantly taking place, and Trey's been really engaged in that, and we'll be updating the county manager's office around those particular legislations as they occur. And does your department need specific advocacy for funding or other issues at the state or federal level? I feel like our state's doing quite well compared to some of our sister states, especially around grants and what's available. But I still feel that we, like with IIJA and a lot of the money that talks about infrastructure, it's not available to us unless the state doesn't use it. And then we have to figure out a way to apply for that particular money. So it would be nice that if there is money into the future that's allocated to the state, that it's already somewhat proportionalized to the size of that particular county, or whether it's population or landmass, versus the state deciding. And that's a very political comment, but it feels like we're constantly fighting for the money in order to enhance our infrastructure. And if it's a federal initiative, I would just hope that we can have some kind of equity there that makes sense. And so again, governance, risk, and compliance, they've been doing a great job, but it's something that we kind of need to continue advocating for. And when I say that, it means at the state level to get blanket or umbrella pricing at a deep discount, which then could be shared with all counties across the state. So it doesn't have to be such a cumbersome cost for our county or other counties to pay for particular IT security and governance, products. And so they've actually been doing this and been doing it very well, but it's something that we need to continue and make sure that we have money year after year. I'll try to speed things up here. I noticed that it's 10:40. I want to allow time for us to have dialogue around the funding requests. So I'm going to go a little bit faster here, and at any time, please interrupt. You can see on the side of the left screen, the red dot is our actual for our funding, and the blue is the budget. The only reason you see that huge peak there is because of the ARPA deposit. If we didn't receive the $4 million for ARPA, we would be directly on top of the other actual, and that's what we want to see. We've spent exactly what we were allocated, and so everything is in alignment there. And on the far right, special revenue fund expenditures, you can see that it's identical. The money that was there historically in FY20 was when Mike Townsend, the CFO, was here, and that was money that was injected into IT to be spent on infrastructure upgrades and a bunch of other IT security related initiatives. And you can see that the dollars as they were allocated were spent under the actual budget and then right on for FY22. Here's just a description of our FTEs. You can see here that we For FY '22, we have one FTE out of HERF, which is under Public Works. And then as we go down here, looking at our budget for year after year, I'm going to skip through a lot of this here and just get right to the funding requests. And so here's our number one out of 5. And this is asking for full-time employees. Again, over the last 11 years, and there's a history here, and it's somewhat I don't know, I guess I should, before I say this, really think about it, because I did speak with Siri and we're not in alignment on the actual FTE from a budgetary perspective. But when we take a look at our org charts around FTEs, it's completely different from 2007, 2008, 2009 compared to what it is today. And that's just because of positions not being filled and eventually being absorbed by the general fund. But what we're asking for from the FTE perspective is, saying we need 6, but we really, really need 3. And the number 1 is another IT security administrator. So it's not leaving it just to one person. The second is a business applications member, again, to help out with the ongoing demand for digital transformation. And then, of course, for GIS, there's a huge demand, not only with the redistricting, which has been finalized, but around flood mitigation, fire response, just the ongoing demand for all the map generation and upkeep with our geospatial system is very, very demanding. And as we take a look at that historical data, and I'll just show it briefly here, and I think Siri might be cringing on the sidelines. And again, this is just what we have on file, and we certainly need to work with our CFO and county manager's office on actuals, to validate this. But this is what we would see, which is typically 31 FTE, and then all these different departments had their own staff. So I don't know if Lucinda remembers, but she had her own dedicated network analyst. There was one in the treasurer's, there was a staff member in the county attorney's office, adult probation, and so on. And so as you can see, these are all essentially been absorbed by IT on top of a 31, which is basically takes it to over 40 FTE staff. And right now our department's at 27. And so I don't know, direction wise, it just feels like our department compared to what it was 10 or 15 years ago is actually a lot smaller than it should be. And the demands are the opposite. So we're kind of in the opposite end of the spectrum here on the demands are high and the resources are lean. So this is something I believe that Sue had mentioned earlier, and so I won't speak into those details now. Looking at the funding request 2 is on our operational expenses, and this is just really unfortunate, but due to the pandemic and the same things we all hear when we try to buy any product even outside of IT, is that the prices have gone up. The prices have gone up. It's unavailable. Now you have to find something else, or you're gonna have to wait. And so we have a lot of contracts, and a majority of those are locked in for fixed pricing for a certain duration of time, but lots of them are not. And one of the things that we're trying to do is get into some longer term commitments that can safeguard and secure us financially for 3 or 5 years with non-appropriation. But in many cases, that doesn't always happen. We just did that with the security EA that was approved a few weeks ago. But the point is that we're seeing an average of 15% increases across all products. And that comes at a cost of approximately $105,000, that we need in order to pay our bills, just to keep things operating and keep our lights on. In addition, we've never had an overtime budget, an object code for overtime at all. Historically, it's always been just give them comp time, and the staff, in that regard, the negative takeaway for us is that they end up having a lot of time on the books, and then they're out of the office entirely and they're not working, and then we really have a bottleneck. So we made the decision to not do any comp time and truly show the board what our overtime numbers are without having an object code. And it's not drastically high, but right now we're estimating $15,000 to $18,000 by the end of June 30th that we're spending for overtime. The other concern is staff, and burnout. We don't want them constantly working 45, 50 hours as a non-exempt employee, and be hourly, and then have this demand that's just hard to keep up with. And in addition, we also have increased costs for Microsoft licensing, which every single employee of our county is a user of. And so that deficit is $45,000. And so this is something that we could absolutely sit down with Siri and John within finance to go line by line if warranted or needed. Melanie's done a phenomenal job of tracking all this. It's just one of those things that are outside of our control, and we really need the support financially to make sure that we can operate effectively and still pay the bills. And the next item on the list is regarding, I believe, transportation. And so, yes, historically, we've always had a ghost vehicle. Public Works and Fleet have done a phenomenal job of helping us maintain it year after year, constantly working on it. The previous ghost vehicle needed to be auctioned or end of life, and we got a different vehicle, and that vehicle has been in the shop various times. And I believe recently there was a part, again, supply chain, they just couldn't get it. Took a long time. Long story short, we appreciate Fleet and they do a great job. However, we need reliable vehicles for the staff to be able to respond to employee needs. There's been several occasions where we might have a board member or any employee asking for our assistance, and our staff are jamming over there in their own personal vehicle. And then we're looking at mileage reimbursement and a bunch of other stuff. We really, I feel like we have to get a vehicle, reliable vehicle, and preferably two, because there's many occasions that we need to be in more than one place. And we have a very large county, which you're aware of. And if we're taking the vehicle to Page, for example, that leaves no vehicle for our workforce here in town to visit OTEC or any other department to satisfy any type of needs that they have. And so we are hopeful that if we can get a vehicle and then maybe look at opportunities of sharing a vehicle, maybe with community development. I know they have lots of vehicles, and so does facilities. We're in the same campus. That would be an alternative. In addition to getting one vehicle, maybe we could do something in partnership with Jay and or Tom that could help us with the other example that I just mentioned. Moving on to funding request 4 is, let's see here. Oh yeah, this is the big one. So this is for rural broadband. And if you don't mind, I'm going to just go back, and I believe Siri presented on this on day 1, which is here. And what you can see is other unawarded grants. This, I believe, was on page 53 for reference. And you can see there at the top, IT broadband grants, $40 million. We threw this number out there. It could be 60, it could be 30. It all depends on what ACA and other granting authorities allocate. And like the one, for example, that just happened was $10 million that we applied for. And what happens though, when we have this large sum of money that's available, we absolutely want to apply because we can do some really great enhancements and innovate and operate differently. The issue is that you typically, not always, but you typically need to have what's called a match. And that match is normally 10%. So just on this example, if we were to pursue $40 million and we were to do a 10% match, we would need to contribute $4 million. So it's really important, especially as we're working with our rural broadband and special initiatives position, that we're pursuing infrastructure grants. We don't want to get into a position where we do all this work and then come back and then we don't have any investment ourselves to meet the requirements for the grant. Not all grants are the same. In some cases, the 10% could be waived, like with EDA, for example. But like ACA, which is through the IIJA Treasury money that's all coming through, that the ACA, Jeff Sabatka and Sandra Watson, which have been phenomenal. When they create these programs, they typically are going to have in the small print that the organization needs to commit to a 10% investment, if not more. And so as we're looking at partnering with the city of Flagstaff on potential opportunities or anything across our county, maybe the city of Page, what we want to consider, what I would highly recommend considering, is having a bucket of money that isn't necessarily earmarked to be used, but it's available for consideration. And of course, Helen and I would come to you and present a particular proposal that would then say, if this is approved, we would need, $2.5 million or $3 million. But I think going into FY23, it would be to our advantage to prepare and to at least have money set aside for this particular initiative. I'm going to skip on to the last one, and then maybe we can just do a recap and answer any questions, because I'm certain there'll be some regarding the broadband. This one will be very quick on number 5 of 5, which has to do with our ERP system. This is, we inherited the entire ERP system this year, which is additional responsibility. We did receive James Yates, who's phenomenal administering the system. One issue, though, is there's no money associated with training. So I'm really big on making sure that we understand the platform, because we're responsible for maintaining it. And in order to do that, you need ongoing training. Typically training, for IT stuff, it's expensive. Unfortunately, it's, an average from $1,500 to $2,500. Sometimes Munis will have free training, but then you also have to have per diem and hotel stay and all these other things. What we're looking at right here is very, very conservative, which is actually $15,000 to be shared amongst finance, amongst with Siri, amongst human resources with Erica Philpott, and then again with IT with Matt Malik and myself and Helen on figuring out how do we want to expend the monies. Historically, this has come out of the county manager's contingency funds. Anything for ERP, this is the very first year that money or that this responsibility has been transferred over to the information technology department. And so the only concern I have, and I trust our county manager's office, so I'm not worried about it. If we need money for a particular initiative around ERP or training, we're probably going to have to get money from another source. So do we want to allocate that money appropriately into the right bucket for ERP within IT for a shared expense across the departments, or not fund it and figure out another bucket somewhere else to be able to conduct training and ensure that the platform needs are met? With that is the last funding request. And I know I spoke for a long time, and I apologize. I know it's been a long 2 weeks, but I'd like to open up an opportunity for Chair Horseman and members of the board to ask any questions, or possibly from the county manager's office. And thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, it has been a long 2 weeks, but you are, and IT is absolutely critical and crucial to us here in Coconino County. And you really go across all the departments, and your involvement really touches every part of Coconino County. So we appreciate your extensive review of your department and your needs. And I do have a couple questions, but before that, I'm going to turn this over to my board members. So board members, any comments, questions, concerns? Our vice chair.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate everything that IT does, especially when we have problems with our laptops and can't get our tech to work. Appreciate it. And my question is, of course, concerning compensation and the FTEs you requested. On the list that we have, it doesn't say whether or not the county managers recommends those FTEs. And so my question is, if you had to choose between getting your 3 essential FTEs or the full compensation package, which would have more benefit for your department?
Well, Chair Horseman, and thank you for the question, Vice Chair. That's a tough question. I mean, we need the FTEs in order to operate with the ongoing demands. However, we don't want to lose. I think retention is extremely important. So I would weigh more towards the compensation side, with the hopes that we would have monies to do staff augmentation to still reach the finish line to accomplish the work, but with the goal of reviewing in subsequent years, as we do every year, but with an emphasis on figuring out how to get the department properly staffed. But to answer you specifically about right now hiring 3 people or doing the compensation for the county, I would say compensation for the county.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know it's a tough question, and it's helping us make our decision on that tough question as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other members of the board, questions? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'd like to hear from the county manager, just, follow up on the recommendations, and then I'll have questions.
I can do that right now.
Actually, that'd be great, because I have a question to ask you too related to this. So yeah, please feel free.
Happy to respond.
All right.
So the recommendations reflect compensation. It's the recommendation. We have positions that are vacant. We have 6 positions that are vacant in the department. What I've told departments that have vacancies that requested positions, let's focus in on filling the positions we are vacant as a priority. Certainly math and other departments are critical to the county's mission. If we have a critical issue that requires an investment, an additional position, we can anticipate looking at that as we get the issue that we need to be navigating. So position-wise, it certainly appears that the needs of the department are not reflected in the recommendations. I can assure you they are, but let's focus in on filling positions that we do have authorized first and go from there. Regarding the vehicles, 2 vehicles were requested. 1 has been recommended. I do, however, like the idea that Matt raised about the campus vehicles. And so we have a campus on Fort Valley. All 3 organizations up there have vehicles. Pretty likely that there's going to be a vehicle available. So I will follow up with that and at that as well. ERP, again, going back to anything related to ERP, that has been covered in the past by contingency, and we can continue that going forward.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, also I would add is that IT, along with all other departments, are getting that 5% operational increase as well.
I have a question, and I think I understand by the acronym that you were using. If, for example, we were able to get, we hope, these IT grants, what you're saying is we, the county, would make sure there was monies available for matching. Is that
No,
correct?
for the grants, that's a separate topic. And so I am, with the feedback we've received in the last week and a half to propose the creation of a grant that serves a couple of different purposes. One would be grant matches for innovation and those items that, that are not only in IT, in other areas as well. I think we have some opportunities economic development wise as well. So creating an innovation opportunity fund that would look at grant matches, looks at economic development resources that are needed, that as a county we can provide. There are some limitations to what we can do as a county relative to other types of economic development tools, but that is a proposal that we'll be discussing today, is to create the fund so that we can start seeding this fund and grow the fund. To the extent, though, if it's a 50 million, 60 million, the sky's the limit. We only have so much.
That's right.
And then that's competing, though, with going capital, and I'm going to go to a different topic, looking at our capital facility needs in terms of debt service, and we would have to go to a bond and a secondary to create capacity to construct capital facilities that that Tom shared the need is there for.
All right. I mean, obviously, that sounds great. And I look forward to further discussion on that. I mean, as we've said all along, if we can spend $1 and get $3 back, we're real happy with that. So, and we want to be able to have the capacity, not limitless, wouldn't that be nice? But we know there's limits, but certainly within reasonable limits to be able to do that. So, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Ryan, this is actually your question.
That's all right, Madam Chair. It's all answering the questions, and that was helpful. Steve, just remind me how you're positioning it, what the discussions are, that kind of thing. On it, I would assume the overtime is built into the capacity savings at this point.
We can look at that as an option to look at. Again,
And then this is one of it's kind of cross departmental. But I look at transition here. Once upon a time, what do we call Trey's position? The old Eric position supported.
Governmental liaison.
What's that?
Governmental relations or government liaison?
Yeah, it sort of crosses over in there, but I'm not worried about the name so much. Basically, coverage for technology was covered by Eric, essentially. Now we've stepped into a different, we don't have support as we're transitioning back here from the IT side of things. And it's something, I think I don't know if it's in the IT discussion. I was thinking about it during managers discussion as well as clerks discussion, but it's a piece that we want to keep an eye on associated with that.
Well, and I'll comment on that. In the last week and a half, we've had at least one, if not two, IT staff here throughout the broadcast. And so I hear what you're saying, and that is taking away from the organization, and it goes to FTE needs. And going back to the statistic of having 3 less people 16 years later than we had is evidence that we have been very cautious in growing the organization. And so I certainly hear what you're saying, Supervisor Ryan, and we'll take that into consideration.
And that's a piece of the conversation that I was going to then go back to Matt on, but it's not just that. Here is a gap. It's one we need to, from a functional standpoint, okay, let's you want things to move, we need the support for it. In terms of, the discussion back to you, Matt, and I've had this with other directors, other elected officials, is a similar idea. It's trying to meet that capacity, but we're also hitting the expenditure limits. But to know what the needs are, as you're expressing, is really important because it gives us a map or a way of explaining what our needs are should we seek additional resources in the future. So it's a broader discussion I think we have in the long-term discussions of how we approach these. And so, and with that, you answered like 3 of my questions, Steve, when you gave your report back. So thank you. Or Patrice's, I'm not sure. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot.
It was a combined effort. Thanks, man. Other members of the board, questions, comments? Yeah, go ahead, Lucinda, and then I have a few comments too.
I just wanted to respond to Supervisor Ryan's comment. I think one of the pieces that you're probably referring to is that, 2-3 years ago, we purchased the Salesforce software, of which the plan was to integrate that with all of the supervisors' offices so that we could have a very robust and contiguous process of communicating with our constituents across the organization. And there was a whole rollout that was laid out and everything. And really, Eric owned that. He had used that system very successfully in another location. And Public Works kind of bought the emergency piece of that. And the board did also then put money in to buy it to use across the organization to support that communication with constituents. And unfortunately, when he left, we lost that capacity. I think that's one thing you're referencing. And I do think that we need to revisit that at some point of how do we have the asset? We're paying for the licenses every year. How do we get that training back on track and get that process? Because it's very, very helpful and could really serve the board in particular very well. So.
And it is, and when I said it, I was kind of collectively, he worked on a couple different IT pieces. You had mentioned the support for the meeting, Steve. You had mentioned, yeah, and it's that it is a cluster. There was, and I'll say it for you, Steve. We know Eric was 3 people. We're not replacing Eric, but we do have areas of dialogue or desire to where we want to go, and where is it? How do we approach it in a practical way?
But it speaks to we tend to create positions within clusters. So we take one position and we have 3 people doing it. And it kind of goes back to our philosophy. And again, it is a philosophy. It has been a practice for the organization to maximize the use of individuals that have multiple skills. And so it is, you've got, my first job in the manager's office, assistant to the manager, public fiduciary, elections director. That was one position. And so we tend to do that, and it's nothing wrong with that because we maximize a lot of skills with individuals. But in that case, though, when that person leaves, it's hard to recruit for someone that has that skill set. And so we tend to come back to needing to do more. Salesforce is an example. Salesforce also is a very big resource drain on IT. It is a good package, but again, it is that. And so we're talking about IT capacity and those things that we think are great. It's a fantastic tool, a fantastic product, but it is a big resource on the back end. So those are, and I'm going to apologize because those are management discussions that we're having here. But at the same time, it does drive your role as in the board seat to do the budget. So I'll end there.
Yeah, they cross over here, but all right. Thank you.
And I understand the need for saying, go ahead and hire your positions first, your open positions, because we really don't know what the needs are fully, nor does the department know what the needs are fully, unless those positions are filled. Because who knows, we could end up with some more Erics, and they might be able to really do more than what one might expect. So, and so I get that, and I also hear the need from IT, and of course, as Supervisor Ryan indicated, we also see the need. We utilize this is something we utilize almost every single day, and probably we can say the same about everybody in this room and really all across the county. And so we see it, we get it, and I know you're going to go back to your compensation package here in just a minute to talk about the need for recruitment and, of course, retention in these areas. Couple other comments and I've on this, and one is, in terms of our IT initiatives and the need to have alternative B, so we aren't putting all of our eggs in one basket. I know that this is scheduled for a board meeting soon, and I'm really looking for a full discussion with that and a full discussion on what IT has been doing in terms of grants that are out there. I've had an opportunity to talk to Matt Fowler a little bit on that, and I'm really looking forward for that to be brought back to the board for a full discussion. And let me see if there's, IT security. Yeah, I would welcome further discussion. And as frustrating as it is, Matt, and it's really frustrating, I appreciate all of the security. You have to write this down because sometimes I don't, but I normally appreciate all the security applications and all the security measures that we all go through to keep our county IT system secure and hopefully free from ransomware and other malwares. So let me see here. I believe you've answered, or I've expressed my concerns. Other board members, Vice Chair.
No, I just had a question, and I just want to go back to it. I know that there's currently 6 FTEs open, but you're proposing 3 FTEs that are essential. Do you see those essential FTEs as more important than the current open positions that you have?
I'd have to defer to Matt on that.
I meant for Matt, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe we'll look at that. I don't.
Chair Horseman and Vice Chair Vasquez. So on our chart, we just created this limited term position. This just was created. So we have the 1, 2, 3, 4 positions that are vacant. There are total of 6 if we're looking at the CDC limited term, but for our BOS approved FTEs, it's the 4. And so we could reassess here, and maybe, like, if we can't hire in business applications, we could move one of these vacancies over here to GIS and create capacity here. If we can hire in GIS and have additional bodies, we could easily move one of these. And that's a discussion that we actually had planned for Monday with Sue to review that as an option.
And Madam Chair, if I can, and hopefully this is helpful, Vice Chair, that kind of question is something that we do regularly. So if there is a position that's open and there's another position in the hopper, we can change, we can do, depending on what the work need is, and we suspect it'll be long-term, we can do a reclass if that's necessary as all. That's part of what we do. pretty often lately, especially because of our issues with retention. We have to be more flexible. And thank heavens we have an HR that can work with individual departments to be flexible. So sorry, Matt, to interrupt you, but that is part of what we do regularly, especially as we have challenges with recruitment and retention. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before you continue, I just want to say thank you for that, Sue, because we need to hear that because we don't really know that. We just see which FTEs are recommended and which are not. And so that
Absolutely.
helps us understand better your process. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
And Matt can also attest that one of the harbingers of being an internal service, so it has to be with finance, it has to be with IT facilities, and with HR especially, is that we've got to provide flexibility so that we can, especially in these times, over the last 3 years, we've had to really be nimble and able to reclass if we need to, because the world has changed in the last 3 years, and Matt has done a great job of building staff. And so sometimes we just have to redo some things that may have been a historical job description, those kinds of things, to make it work for now and our future. And Erica has been, and Siri as well, has been a terrific resource in being able to do that across the board, not just with IT, but it's been particularly important with IT. They have sort of undergone a revolution in the last 3 to 4 years with Matt's leadership and Helen's. So it's been very helpful. Again, I'm sorry, Matt.
Oh, no need to apologize. I think for Vice Chair Vasquez's question, we're always pivoting and reassessing and figuring out what we can do. But just to be candid here, like the funding request is for the departments to come to the board and say, this is what we feel we need for the upcoming fiscal year. And so in all reality, we need 6 people at is what we were wanting. We're asking for the 3. And that's because like even in GIS historically had 8 FTE. As you can see right now, it only has, the 5. And so we're asking for a GIS analyst. We're asking for another business applications person, even though there's vacancies, because digital transformation is no easy feat. I mean, changing how we operate from a digital perspective is extremely cumbersome, and it takes a lot of time and effort. And right now, Matt Malik only has 3 employees in that area. Even if we hire the other 2 and have a total of 5, part of that are in other areas outside of digital transformation. There's 160 applications that we're supporting. So the funding request documentation that we brought to you today, and with the partnership of the county manager's office, we understand, we get it, especially as there's talks of particular, stock market crashes and potentially recessions, and seeing the presentation right before ours, how do we invest in a very volatile market? There's a lot of unknowns and uncertainty. And I agree that we don't want to bring in a bunch of additional staff that potentially would have to be laid off. We historically don't lay off staff, so we would never want to create positions of, having that being an outcome. But we don't want to just move people around constantly and not really solve the problem, which is an understaffed department. And so we say this tactfully and, candidly, we have such a high demand. One of the issues is recruitment and getting the positions filled because the housing is so high. One thing that we could do is start trying to do more remote, 100% remote, but we run into challenges there too with our existing workforce and making sure that it's equitable. And if we hire somebody out of Florida or New York that can work 100% from another state, but never have to physically drive to a brick and mortar building or provide services on a weekend, it creates an imbalance. And so I'm really, really big on making sure that we keep things fair and equitable within the department locally. And maybe that's something that I'll have to give in on at some point with deciding with Sue and Helen on what's the best approach. But we'll do our best to hire and get this at a full capacity as quickly as possible so we could reassess. But I can tell you confidently that we're understaffed, and getting 3 additional staff for FY23 will help, but it won't solve the problem. We have way more work right now than we ever have and historically have had, and the demand is not achievable unless we have a bucket of money to do staff augmentation via third party for everything. but that still is going to take staff time because you have to do project scope, define requirements, all of that. It's not like you just hire someone and they do the work without interacting with you. So we're in a challenging position. Are we going to overcome it? Absolutely. Do we have all the answers right now? No, except we're going to focus on hiring and getting these vacancies filled. But I like Steve's comments, County Manager Peru, about maybe reevaluating during the year if there's a need to potentially bring in additional bodies once it's filled. Maybe that's still an option. I think that would be well perceived by our team, by the entire department, to know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. It's not just more and more and more work without more resources. And that's what I'm concerned about is our staff. We could be as technical as we want with the implementing solutions, but if we can't retain staff and we can't invest in our people and the culture of who our department is, we essentially break down over time. And that's where we run into issues. If we start having people leave the department, we're going to just be going backwards. And so to know that we're supported, which I know we are, and getting these positions filled and hopefully getting additional bodies over time, that's really the key. Or as an organization, we decide not to do as many projects, that we're starting to say no more often. I mean, we're saying no now on a variety of things, but sometimes that can be challenging depending on the department or the elected or however that may be presented. But we can't just continue to take on more and more and more without the right framework, because then we're just going to have degraded outcomes for our customers and for our services.
We hear you, Matt. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Helen. You guys do such a great job. We're so dependent on you and the whole organization. I feel like just you all helping me, that justifies even one person, because I'm such a needy person when it comes to IT. And then when they show me and think, dang, that was so simple. And I just feel like, oh dear, all that time and here, So anyway, IT department. We are so very dependent on IT. Organizations are taken down if something happens to the IT department nowadays. Completely, the whole infrastructure falls. We have read that in across the country, local governments, counties, towns, organizations, healthcare. So when you think about IT, it's more than just the IT. We're working with, right now, it's everything is IT. If something goes down, like, what was it, suddenly went down, and so we couldn't do work. So when we talk about IT, it's really, it is the foundation and really the spoke of the wagon wheel. And that spoke has to be nicely, those little balls in there, joint balls that are in there, needs to be greased. And the wood needs to be reinforced with, just make sure it's all strong. And so now we are, I think IT department we really have to look at it organization-wide. So I'm just wondering, and I'm sure you're all doing this, but maybe do a comprehensive look at where all the veins of IT is and how that vein is being fed back, and that support is there between every person and every department and person. And how is that connectivity and where is that support? And then the departments that have their own IT person, they need to be completely connected as a support to the main IT. So how is that set up? So I'm just wondering if that's needed, or it's probably already being evaluated right now, because you guys are always reevaluating yourself all the time. and reconfiguring so that you can do a better job and be more efficient. So that's what I think about that. So I don't think it really needs an answer, but that's my thought right now. But IT department, just the amount of work, we were all in shock when everything shut down and we had to stay home. We were in shock, but IT department ran like the first responders right into the fire. And they got us linked up. We were so in shock, we didn't know what to do, but they were there. They're the ones that got us back linked together. They're the ones that said, this is how you're able to see each other and talk to each other and be able to carry your work on, to be able to serve the community that you so care about, be able to reunite and gain strength and confidence to be able to confront the unknown that we're in right now. That's who IT is. And so when we talk about IT and when we talk about our budget, we have to really evaluate and analyze what they are asking for. Because they are and not only do they just work with just be concerned about the organization or not be concerned that Lena has her laptop and she's looking at the right page. She knows how to link into a meeting. Not only that, but they have to be concerned about the main grid that is out there, the middle mile, the last mile, the long haul, the satellite, and the microwave, and what kind of capacity is there. That's their concern. And so they're reaching far further than we can even imagine to make sure that we're in operation. So make sure that we don't have a lag on our uploads, so that we can be in the cloud, which we don't even know where it's at, or, we just think cloud, it's out there somewhere. So I think that we have to, as much as we can, with the most tight budget that we have, hopefully economic development, we really work on that to increase our revenue. And over here, really support them as much as we can. You already have expressed that, but it is much more than we can ever provide here. And that's where IT is. And this, I'm really happy the ERP will be covered, the training. I'm glad that we're gonna be really seriously consider setting aside dollars for grant funding. I just wish, and I just some way, somehow, be able to provide the funding that is needed. Maybe it is through grants that we're doing to create that bridge, to be able to come through. Now, we don't know the new softwares that are coming through. We're constantly, these new, I just got a new phone, and I found out that my connectors do not work with this new phone. And it's making me have to go buy again. And yes, everything is costly, it's gone up. So how do we support this wheel where its veins is everywhere? We're so dependent on it, and be able to support that so we can go about our businesses. Our departments are trying to save money by going digital, by putting everything in the clouds. Our courts are now saying they're going to do, do the changing, I guess, going from paper to trying to be more efficient. And they want to do virtual court also. We just, and so our county attorneys, everybody's working, in trying to go virtual. Who is the one that's going to be doing that? And who's the one that's going to be able to create that capability? So what, and when, and so that's something that we have to think about. So when we look at the budget requests that they have submitted, I believe it's probably a fraction of what they really need. So as a board, as a county management, let's really evaluate what has been submitted. Let's see how we can do this and really, and I know our budget is very limited. We have to start putting up our flip chart here like we usually do and see what we're looking at. So that's what I would say about their budget. And thank you for all the things that you do. And I know that what you have submitted on your accomplishments and all your departments, all your employees are doing, it's much more than what you're doing. I know that you're constantly in partnership calls with all these other agencies and really working through difficult situations, because not every partner, organizations and partners fit like a glove, and you got to figure out how to make that fit. So I just want to thank you for your creativity, your vision, and your boldness in getting out there and saying we can do this. And it's just, I've just been amazed at all the things that you're able to do. And working with you is, and staff is just amazing. So thank you so much, and thank you, County Manager. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally agree with what my colleague has mentioned. I think with IT, we are all going to be lost. We will not be connected, and we have everything in our computers. And I know sometimes they would just come in at the spur of the moment, checking around to see if we're all okay in IT. And they provide excellent customer service in my eyes. And I think that if we're going to really think about our whole organization as a whole, we need to really invest in IT and their needs. And I also feel that they submitted a very minimal type of budget requests to us and knowingly that there's limited dollars. And certainly, you know, some other departments are like that too. But I think overall IT is the one that we really need to support as a board, only because, like I said, they're the center of the whole wheel of the whole Coconino County and outside. So I just appreciate all of you, you know, for all the accomplishments that you've done in your department. But I would like to see that, you know, your asks are fulfilled by the county staff and as for part of their recommendations. So I just want to say thank you for everything you do and your department does, and you're pretty much, you know, the whole wheel. And that's how I view IT, and that's what I would like to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Other comments?
Chair Horstman, if I may.
Absolutely.
First, I'd like to say thank you to Supervisor Begay for all of her kind remarks and advocating for information technology. I'd also like to follow up with Supervisor Fowler. And I know I spoke a lot on a variety of topics, so I just want to repeat something just for transparency, is that when you referred to making sure that the IT department is in alignment with all the other departments that have their IT staff so we could work together, that's what I'm saying has changed over the last 8, 10 years is that historically, the county attorney had Francine Honani dedicated as an IT support specialist in the county attorney's office. Public Works had an IT staff member. Over the years, 9 different positions within 9 different areas have been absorbed within our department for responsibility of those areas. And like, for example, the county attorney didn't fill that again with IT. He filled that with a county attorney related position. I don't know exactly what position he filled it with, but all the departments have basically got rid of those IT positions, with exception to Vic Vivio, who supports adult probation, and he does a phenomenal job. That's it. That there's not other IT members across the county in all these departments. So we've inherited that additional responsibility and work. When the county attorney needs something, he doesn't call his own workforce of an extension of IT directly in his staff. He submits a ticket and goes through the enterprise customer service workflow just like every other employee. And so that's been the shift, is those support positions are no longer, and we've inherited the additional responsibility and work. And then in addition, which we're still trying to determine, but the FTE counts historically were much higher than they are today. So we've just taken on a lot more work with less resources. But there is the only department that has someone is Vic Vivio through adult probation, just to be transparent on that.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Matt. That's where, with the board and when we do our budget and we do not fill the positions that are being requested or grant them, then they see where else the service can come from. And that's what's happened, shift in the workload, and then be able to hire their own staff. So I think there needs to be an organization-wide evaluation on IT and the support that is there, and which departments, and throughout the whole organization. I guess that's all I need to say, so that we can make sure that IT is supported the way it needs to be supported, and what we'll be able to find out. And then it would be, with that study, we would be able to be more strategic in moving forward into the unknown world of IT that is always on the move, and it's always ahead of us. And almost every day we're surprised with something that pops up. So I would recommend that. Thank you. And I don't know if that requires more money or what.
I think
And Supervisor Fowler, I'm going to have to say, yes, I'm surprised every single day by IT. And I would have a question for Matt. I see the changes that have been made where, IT has been basically consolidated within IT instead of different departments. My question is, I can see the good and the bad of that. So my question is, how does that work for IT? Is that do you see that as a benefit? Just want to get your input.
Chair Horstman, that's a great question. I think in order to have consistency and standardization, you want to have everything provided typically from one department, from like an enterprise IT. If you start having, people doing things differently or departments operating differently independently outside of the county per se, it creates a lot of inconsistency. So I would prefer to have it the way that it is. It's just to be cognizant and aware that we've inherited a lot more work without increasing the FTE counts from a framework perspective. And it happened over a long period of time. And so it wasn't as apparent as it occurred. But looking back, and obviously I'm fairly new to the county, I don't like to look in the rearview mirror too often. I like to focus on what's ahead of us and where we're going. But I think the history does tell a story, and it helps us better understand how things were ran in the past, and why we're at why we are at where we are today is also an important topic. And as we look at the pandemic and we look at all these other dependencies and needs, it's very fluid and dynamic. And so the first thing we want to do is make sure that we have the necessary resources to operate effectively. And so we're not overly worried about this. I appreciate all of the support and the comments. I know that County Manager Peru and the County Manager's Office and of course DCM Sue Brown are heavily involved in coming up with solutions that make sense. So we're very eager to learn about the final adoption for FY23, and we're here to support the county. So whatever decisions that are made, we're doing it in partnership with you all, and we're just hopeful that we could share, obviously, our story and the operational concerns as we take on more and more work, and also having the ability to say no, right? Like if we have a bunch more initiatives and we don't have capacity, that's where it's important that, to everyone's point of listening, to each other, is that, if we're saying, no, we don't have capacity, we can't do it, it means that we might need to move another project and say this is going to be on hold, even though we originally said we were, and reprioritize, because as priorities change, we just can't keep taking on more and more. It's just not humanly possible.
And he's absolutely right, Madam Chair. And with that, Matt, I appreciate those remarks. I think, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'd just like to address Supervisor Fowler. And if you're amenable, we would like to put that study of IT capacity on our parking lot list and continue on with that as we move into the new fiscal year, because it is an imperative to make sure we have the right size of IT and that we have the right positions.
Well, both Matt and I already have it on our little
You have the
board
blue,
here, so,
okay. We want to make
we
sure
think-
we're melding.
I think that's a great idea. Let's put it on the parking lot. And Matt, did you have anything else to say? I want to make sure you weren't cut off.
Chair Horstman, no, just thank you for the support and thank you for listening to our FY23 funding request today, and appreciate everyone's time.
That's great. And Sue, we think that's a great idea. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Matt.
Any other closing comments? Otherwise, it's just
real quick. I mean, it's a whole
Is your mic on?
system.
Is your mic?
Oh, you want me to bring it up here and talk in here? Okay. All right.
she's back.
I got to use the technology here. All right. The broader component is we as a county are a system. IT is a system, and there's a lot of cause and effect. We have always been trying to play catch up. It's incrementalism. How can we do it? When do we do it? And then you have the, as you used as a nice analogy, Lena, the change in technology with your phone that we're always playing catch up on. So it fits well with what we're doing with a long-term plan on. We don't have the full solution for capital, but we're looking at it. And the same thing with the IT, but there is that present component that there's a need all the way through it. So my observation is it is that broader systems discussion of, what can we do incrementally to enhance this while we're filling these other gaps. That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think it looks like that's a wrap. And again, as you know, Matt, and I think as the board has here expressed, we really appreciate the work you and Helen and your team really do. And for across the county, for us personally, and we look forward to continuing discussions on this. We want to make sure that our IT capacity across Coconino County, just like we're trying to do across Coconino County, but let's look internally and make sure that our IT system here is appropriate and meets our needs. So thank you so much. Really appreciate all your efforts and work.
All right.
Thank you, Matt and Helen.
So, Madam Chair, we are at lunchtime. We will come back at 1 o'clock and we will continue wrap up, and we'll go as long as we need to, because this is the last day of our posted meeting. So today may be a little bit of a marathon, but to wrap it up today is the goal.
Well, let's make sure that's going to work. I know that if that is going to be the case, if it looks like it's going to go beyond 5 o'clock, I'm going to have to make some changes in my schedule. Will people be able to stay beyond 5?
If needed. Again, we're not proposing presentations for 4 hours at all.
Oh, thank you. I'm not worried about dinner.
Yeah.
I'll just eat twice as much at lunch, so.
Madam Chair, I can do it, but highly unlikely. I think we've covered a lot.
Okay,
And,
all right.
yeah.
All right. All right, very good. I think we're at
Area
lunch,
plan-
so
Area plan meetings at 6? 5, okay, so we need to wrap it quick.
I just wanted to make sure since.
Thank you. Staff, can you stay in here real quick? I want to huddle.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks again. Lunch. Well, that was a great picnic lunch, and I want to thank all the staff members. And Tom was out there over a hot barbecue, cooking up, grilling up some great burgers and hot dogs. So I want to thank everybody for that. That was really lovely. So, and now we're ready to complete our budget wrap up. So County Manager, it's up to you.
Just real quick, in terms of sharing the screen and the PowerPoint. So I think Siri is going to do that from behind. Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, county staff, and elected officials, and the general public, couple quick opening remarks. So the process, of course, has been, we've been working on this with you since last week, beginning of last week. And it's been a good process. There's always room for reflection and revision. And definitely when we conclude today, and at any point, actually, is your feedback on process improvements is important. And so as you reflect back on the last week and a half, please let us know those things that could use some tweaking, because we've been doing that throughout the entire process too, is next time we do this, we want to make some changes here and there. Certainly some of the discussions that you've had have been focused in on specific increment requests and budget requests, and that is understandable. We certainly know that is part of the process. At the same time, I'm trying to turn off these reminders on my, sorry about that. At the same time, keep in mind that there's a lot of the general fund as well as the all funds budgets that have been, that is part of the package. And so when we look at some of the items that we're talking about this afternoon in terms of reconsiderations, otherwise known as adds and deletes, those are pretty small, but still important. Everything that we're doing here for the sake of the organization is important, but in comparison to the larger business of the board, we've accomplished a lot. It's a complex organization, as you know, and I want to, kind of ask quickly Supervisor Fowler and Ryan to remember their first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year. It's a complex organization. It takes some getting used to in terms of just knowledge and awareness. And so with that, certainly wanted to appreciate the new board, our entire board, with regard to your patience and your willingness to learn as much as possible, because there's a lot to learn. So appreciate that. When you go to the next slide. So for this afternoon's discussion, we'll go over key dates, review future discussion and work session items list, and that's the parking lot. We kind of affectionately known as the parking lot. We'll have a discussion on the recommendations that have been made and the discussions we've had. On item number 4, the discussion on the flood control district tax. While the board is not taking affirmative action today, that's going to come when we adopt the tentative budget, and then when the rates are adopted later this summer. As we construct the budget and the various departments and programs, we want to know that our assumptions are accurate, our assumptions are in sync with where the board is seeing this going. And so the discussion on flood control district is also important. The general 10-year plan, general fund 10-year plan, as Siri and others have said, and we've all said this throughout the last 2 weeks and at all of our time here at the county, we look at our budget in terms of a 10-year horizon. And so we'll have discussion on that. And then looking at this year's budget recommendations and final thoughts, direction, and wrap up and comments. So in a nutshell, that's what the agenda looks like. Next. So key dates on June 7th, the tentative budget will be adopted. The importance of this date is that it sets the upper expenditure ceiling. And so that is so 2 weeks or so, that is when we're adopting the tentative budget and the assumptions that we've talked about relative to expenditures as well as revenues need to be formalized so that we can continue with the budget from the tentative budget adoption. From there, on June 28th, the Truth in Taxation, TNT, and the final budget adoption. And we will be doing TNT hearings for the general fund and the flood control district, and possibly also the library district, because the assessed value that's derived from our property tax does kick in the TNT requirement, even though in some cases the rate's going down. So again, that's just the part of the process. And then our fiscal year begins on July 1st for the next 12 months, and that's our fiscal year 2023. Next item. So the handout. So the handouts that you have, and help me on this, Siri, you've got 2 items, and are you going to project that one? Okay. So we're referring to this sheet here, which lists the 2 headings, the budget department discussion and meeting notes. Is that the one we're on here on Siri? Okay. Here it is. And you can see this projected here. On the left, the department requests, and these are the department requests that we have through the presentations by the departments. You've asked us to revisit, and so that's the block up above. Below that, other potential funding requests, and these are requests that do not have an amount tied to those yet, and you can see on that in that category the group there. We will go through this in deeper detail in a little bit, but just wanted to acquaint you with this. And then if you can scroll down a little bit, Siri, there's other budget items, and those are looking at outside agency, the white papers. When we look at the potential allocations to outside agencies, and we had this discussion yesterday, in lieu of having them make presentations, could they consider providing updates through a white paper and getting this information to you? Also looking at motor pool and fuel costs as another item to continue and have a discussion today to see where the board would like to go. And then looking at amenities for some of the remote areas, in this case, some basketball amenities. And then the flood control, we just talked about that. The capacity expansion would occur through the adoption of the tax rate that's being recommended. The other column is pretty long, if you will, but these are all of the other future discussion items that may not be necessarily tied to budget. And I'm not going to go through them all because we'll have those discussions in a few minutes. But again, you can see that we've tried to capture all of those items that in the course of the last week and a half, board members have mentioned as something to revisit. Okay. So we can go to the next slide. And then the handout completed. So the handout completed, we're going to pull that up also. These are the requests or the recommendations where we have no outstanding items on. Are we going to pull that one up, Siri? Okay, that's fine. But these are the items that all the other requests that came through that didn't have any outstanding questions, thoughts, recommendations. And we went over this at the end of the day yesterday. That is what we're talking about in terms of the completed items here. And you can see that we've just projected. And these are, again, department requests where the recommendation did not change. And so you can see here, and we went through this by department yesterday evening. Were there any questions, though, from yesterday to today on any recommendations that board members may have had any other questions on? Again, from yesterday's discussion, you all gave me the signal that the recommendations were good, except for those items that we separated.
I have a question. Those items that we're revisiting, that we're looking to find funding for, are there ways to fund those and still keep the compensation package as is, or would
Yes.
we have to adjust the compensation package?
No, we have in fund balance, and we'll go over that, but the recommendation that we provide today will provide adequate budget capacity to to adopt recommendations that were on the original sheet, the sheet that we just showed. We're going to be looking, we'll have discussion on these items that were outstanding, on how we are going to be looking at those in the budget. And then the recommendation on compensation is included and still have a balanced budget. We will, though, when we look at other funding requests, we do want to talk about setting aside a fund for innovation. So it's a grant matching, possible economic development. So that would be a fund that would be set up to provide that, those opportunities and those grant matches. Hang with me. We're almost there, folks. We're starting to, we have entered the parking lot at Wally World. So hang with me. So again, to kind of get to the last chapter in the book, Supervisor, the recommendations, the budget recommendations that you saw from my office, as well as some of the reconsiderations that the board members have asked for reconsideration. Also looking at the recommended compensation plan and an additional set aside, small set aside for an innovation grant match pool is doable with the current budget. Next slide. So item number 4, this is the flood control district tax rate. And you've seen this slide before. This was presented when we began the process. The fiscal year 22 rate is 0.26, and the recommendation is to go to 0.50, and the bullets down below. And this aligns with the recommendations that were provided by staff in expanding the capacity of the flood control district program, creating structure as well as resources to address the needs of the county relative to flood control. So I'm going to stop to see if there are any questions or comments on this slide.
Members of the board?
Just as noted, with recommendations. So yeah, I'm following well.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So as the program comes together, I just want to it will be just coming back, be presented to the board, and we're just now, all we're going to do is just approve the tax that this has been proposed as part of our budget, and that's it.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, the budget increment or the budget requests that were submitted on behalf of the flood control district begin to provide some specifics on how those expenditures will be programmed. But yes, in terms of keeping the board of directors of the flood control district involved and up to date on those step-by-step processes, that we will be doing that. Okay, next slide. And I'm going to do the first slide, and then I'm going to turn it over to Siri to walk through the other slides. We'll be doing this together. So the first slide is a reminder of our financial planning guidelines that we use. Again, looking at the 10-year forecasting is the long-term view. We do program recessions to periodically happen, and certainly a lot of discussion at the national level with regard to the economy and inflation. And so that has always been done. Aligning our expenditures, our recurring expenditures with revenues, and you see below the mandates, et cetera, in terms of the above the line. Those are where we focus our recurring on those expenses and investments that we have to do. And then below the line are the one-times. And so we'll continue to do that. And this budget reflects that, this practice as well. And so looking at this year's budget recommendation and proposal, it does align with our practice, as I've said.
Yeah, I have a question on that.
Yep.
Is it a 5-year forecasting or 10-year?
We look at, well, it's a little bit of both. We do look at the 10-year plan in terms of the general fund. And then we are looking at 5 years. This year, we're looking at 5 years for our compensation investment fund, but I'll ask Siri to provide additional comment.
Thank you, County Manager and Chair and members of the board. So yes, we do take a 10-year outlook in our forecast. And the reason we do that is to align with a typical economic cycle of having a recession every 10 years. So that is still consistent with what we have done. The slide says from 5 to 10, that was when we first started financial planning as a county, back in the Mike Townsend days around 2007-ish, 2008. We had previously always done 5, switched to 10 in order to put the recession in there, the planned recession. But what we have for 5 years, because as we think of a 10-year horizon, really the uncertainty grows every year out into the plan in terms of, we can do our best guesstimate at what the future looks like, but there can be so many changes in regulations or needs or mandates that at that point, we decided to hone in a little bit more on the next 5 years where we have a higher level of certainty as we were looking at the compensation investment. And we do feel that with what we are presenting in terms of the budget, including the compensation and the requests for departments that were recommended for funding, that we have a high level of confidence of remaining in balance for that 5-year outlook, even with a planned recession within that time frame. So I hope that helps answer that.
Next slide. So the balanced plan, and so we begin the budget conversation with the amount of reoccurring and one-time. And on the slide in front of you, you'll see the recurring funds available to work with. 3.2, the budget department recommendations, and these are the recommendations with the exception of those that are on the parking lot. These have been built in, and these are reoccurring budget requests. The compensation fund and the recurring amount, this would be on the recurring side, the amount of funding that we're proposing to put into the compensation investment fund. So again, this is on the recurring side, because we have 2 types of revenues, recurring and one-time. And so you'll see here again, just walking through that the recommendations, the 767 does reflect the recommendations from the budget from departments that are recurring. Again, not all of the recommendations, as you well know, were recommended for funding. But of those that were recommended for funding, this is the total. And then again, setting aside a substantial amount of our recurring to transfer to the new compensation investment fund. And then down below, the one-time available, 17.4 is one-time funding. And below there, you'll see that of that, 3.5 has been recommended through budget requests. And these are, again, one-time requests. And we built that into the budget. And then all departments across the county received a 5% inflationary transfer. So this is built into as an expense against the one-time funding, and you can see the amount there. And I'll stop.
I have just a question on this. Where or do they fall in those ARPA funded positions?
Those ARPA funded positions are not in the general fund. Those are from the ARPA fund, which is a special revenue fund. So that is a.
So they are not reflected in
No,
this.
they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? Just so I understand right, this investment in the compensation plan, it'll cost one time this year, $12 million, and then a recurring cost of $2.5 million generally? And for how long?
And there will be a slide later that shows the year by year. For this fiscal year, though, this is what we're proposing to be invested into the compensation investment. And the investment fund is for a 5-year compensation window. And so that's an important note to make, is when you look at the proposed investment, we also need to factor in that this is for 5 years. The biggest part of that investment is going to be for this year because we're bringing salary and ranges up. But then from there, we're factoring a 2.5% increase each year going forward.
County
Thank you for
Manager.
clarifying that.
Steve, can I also please clarify on this slide? This is a flashback to day one. This is where we started our discussion. We have an update of this slide available, similar to what was mentioned this morning as far as almost like a parking lot board. We do have an updated figure that we'll walk through. And on your handouts, one of the things you'll notice, in particular on the meeting notes and the department budget recommendations, is that there are some highlighted things. And so as we get to that last slide that amends these numbers, you'll be able to identify it by cross-referencing to the highlighted areas on those sheets. So I just wanted to point out that's how you'll be able to identify what has changed as we get towards the end.
So then after we factor in the 5%, the compensation, the one-time funds available, and again, this is where we began with, is a little over $1 million. And this does not include any of the discussions that we've had since we've been together the last week and a half. So this was based on the original recommendations from our office to you all. Okay. Next slide, and again, we talked about the TNT. We will be having a TNT hearing because of the assessed value does generate additional revenue for the county for public purposes, and so that will trigger a tax and truth and taxation TNT hearing. Okay, next slide. Again, we spent considerable time discussing Coconino County's tax rate relative to other counties in Arizona. We talked about the impacts of the Proposition 101 that voters approved back in 2006. And this is just a reminder that while property taxes are not our primary source of revenue for the general fund, you can see that in comparison to other counties, even counties that are smaller than ours, we do have a relatively low tax rate. So again, it provides some context. Next, again, bringing back the same slide that we showed before, and this is comparing the levy impact to the base year levy, and Siri went over the cumulative effect as well as the annual effect of what could have happened, I guess what could have occurred with the county's general fund, but for various reasons that we've already spoken about, we've not had the opportunity to utilize those funds. But again, that's the trend to the actual. County sales tax long-term forecast, and you'll see how we're looking at our practice of combining population and inflation CPI to our actuals, and it shows that we're in alignment when we identify our actual forecast to those two variables. And so it's a forecasting methodology that has worked and continues to provide good guidance. So, but it also shows the next slide as well, the long-term forecast, the big takeaways here, and that the next slide is state shared, and you can see the same trend lines, but it also shows how important our economy is to the county because we are so sales tax based. And so when we look at our 10-year plan and we factor in recessions, it's important to do that because again, our reliance on sales tax. So what is happening locally, nationally, internationally impacts us here locally. And we will be inviting Alan McGuire to a future work session to provide his worldview and the state view and national view, which he's done very well for us. So assumptions, and this is on the revenue assumptions for the proposed budget going forward. We are building this based on the assumption that the county will utilize the revenue, the assessed value from the property tax increase. And that is again, a 2% increase in property taxes plus new growth. The counties can utilize that. And so we've built the budget with the revenue on that assumption. We've also built an assumption, not the assumption, but an assumption based on the board's action relative to the flood control tax rate. We've also, again, taken into consideration our county and state share sales tax and using the baseline growth tied to population CPI, which we just showed. We've continued the revenue, the budget based on the revenue assumption on licenses and permits and the building permit in particular. And we've categorized that as a bubble. And so again, it's explosive growth at this point in time. In terms of its long-term sustainability, that's a question. And then charges for service resume normal trend. And so looking at the disruption that COVID created in a lot of different areas, just supply chain to construction, you name it. What we want to find out is, based on a normal year, do we go back to that normal trend? And so that is where we're looking at that. And the same with fines and forfeits. Again, trying to account for what changes that may have been caused because of COVID. We want to get to that a normal year so we can see if we're back on the trend. But going back on, well, I'm going to leave it at that because fines and forfeits. From that also, we have fees in some cases. And so looking at fees, and this was discussed heavily during the budget process, is we look at fees as a source of revenue for services that are provided. Case in point, adult probation. They look at fee revenue to support positions. And as those fees come down, and you saw that during COVID, where certain things, if you look at traffic went way down during COVID because folks were not traveling. And so we would look at the revenues that come from that type of activity. It was definitely tied to COVID. But again, we need to look at the long-term trend that fees have and how we can factor that into a predictable revenue for county services.
And a couple of things on that, just real quick. I mean, I think there are fees and fees. And by that, I mean, there are fees for associated with permitting. I think that we should not bear the cost of development. I think the developers need to bear that cost. And then there are fees that get paid by those, especially in the judicial or criminal justice system, where the people can least afford them. And so I think that's a different set, if you will, and where I have no problem with fees for certain services that are not related and mandated by the criminal justice system. And I also certainly didn't have a problem for fees paid for permitting and for development. I have some concerns with those fees that are mandated through the criminal justice system that people must do. So I have problems with those. So I don't think all fees are created equal.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, just following up on that. Okay, I got it. So you bet. All right. Yeah, it's, and that's a piece that as we go through and we weigh them out each time, another example would be in our health department. We have a sliding scale. If people can't pay the fee, we waive the fee. If they have some capacity through insurance, but not all, that sliding scale is considered. So very consistent with, our philosophical pieces that we want to look at. So it makes sense, but it's good to have those reviews. Just out of curiosity, did we punt that or is it an annual review? How did we modify the fee?
Right.
Yeah.
What's our frequency of the fee review?
Yes, so last time we decided to hold off on doing the fee review with the consultants. We were investing around $30,000 a year in doing the study when we found most of the time our fees themselves had a gap between what we could charge and what we were charging. So we decided to stay with our current fee study with the exception of community development where we had some pretty significant changes. So that one was decided to be every 2 years. And in the meantime, work on a policy to bring to the board on fee recovery where we could look not at investing in the study itself, but in bringing forward fee increases in alignment with that policy. So for example, if there's areas, as you mentioned, development where it should be 100%, cost recovery, that would be built into the policy. And we would be looking to ask for fee changes in order to reach that sort of policy target, where there might be other areas where our policy target may be less. For example, say public immunizations, we may want to have a 10% copay or something like that versus 100% recovery. But that is sort of the next project on our budget list, if you will, after we get through this budget adoption, is to work on that policy and bring a draft to the board for feedback, at which point we would then look at advertising any fees that we would need to change to take an incremental approach to reach whatever level the board feels is appropriate for that service.
Didn't we also increase the fees charged for permits, et cetera, through community development? Because I know when we were talking to Jay, one of the questions was, how is this affecting the revenue coming back to community development? It was too soon for him to really give us an answer. So those fees for those services have already been increased.
Yes, Chair Horseman, that is correct. They did a full redesign of their fees, and those went into effect this fiscal year in the fall. And so they're just now seeing the impact of that fee redesign. And so then again, it will be likely next fall that we'll be looking at all of our fees, including community development, and we'll have some better data to be able to look at potential amendments or recommendations there.
Thanks.
And Madam Chair, and you'll see that reflected in the budget request from community development for positions, factoring the increase in fees and revenue in that area to cover those expenses are important. The other item I want to put on the table, it's not on the slide yet, but we also need to have a discussion about when we look at the general fund in relation to special revenue funds. What position does the general fund take relative to a special revenue fund? Are we first position, second position? And I say this because it is a policy change. It's a change with regard to working with all of our departments that have special revenue funds. And as we start to have fewer and fewer fees coming in for various reasons, we will at some point begin to ask, okay, when we look at a budget increment or a budget request to do something more, the cost of that, how do we share that? What dollar is in the first position? Is it the special revenue fund or is it the general fund? The general fund, we support the entire enterprise. And so we're going to have a discussion because we want to get some review and comment, some excellent input we need from the organization, because it does look at our practice of special revenue funds and how we've utilize important funding to, in some cases, expand or to provide additional services, but yet the cost of the service is still needs to be kept in mind.
And I think that was, Supervisor Begay's question about where funds, where do they come from? So.
Okay. The next slide. So, Sarah, I'm going to have you go over this with me. Okay, so let's start with, so again, the one time for this fiscal year, these are the one-time funds, 21, the initial investments, and you'll see the mandated payments, $1.5 million. COVID emergency response. This is, of course, these were general fund dollars that we have invested in the community. Law enforcement retention, facilities R&R, and that is to replenish the fund. And so you'll see the subtotal of 4.3, and that is taken away from the 21. And so you'll see the balance of 17.4, and that 17.4 ties to that other slide where we were talking about the one time. So again, you'll see the balance there. So again, mandated payments would be Altex, long-term care, that's Altex, access, a variety of other mandated payments that counties are responsible for, and then the emergency response, law enforcement, and R&R. So these are. For on the reoccurring side, going back to our beginning fund balance or funds available in reoccurring of 6.3. Again, we have done similar where we have reoccurring mandated payments. And Siri, what's an example of a mandated payment?
So County Manager Peru, you covered it really in your last comments. The main one for these mandated payments are the Title 36 increases we've been seeing and the Altex specifically for the recurring. On the one time, we had a placeholder for the higher restoration to competency, and that was another COVID impact due to not being able to use the Yavapai facility. So we had that more as a one-time as we're able to get back to Yavapai, but on the recurring, these are payments that the state will withhold from our shared revenues for Altex specifically, and then payments to providers for Title 36.
Thank you. We have an inflation CPI increase on our software. Employer health insurance, you'll see an amount 30,000, and elected official salary increases. So this is the statute that kicks in for the other elected officials here at the county. And then the sheriff's pay plan, we've set aside an amount for reclassifications during the year. And then also we've identified a pool of funds for potential state impacts. And that is, the legislative or the budget is not done at the state yet, which concerns us because we just don't know what's going to happen in that 2 a.m. Mad dash to sine die. And so setting aside amount just in case. And so you'll see from there, the recurring investments, and then of course, taking that away from the 6.3, you'll see the balance remaining. A reminder on our inflation, although this week there was some indication, and we all heard about it in the news, that inflation may have plateaued at least for a month. But again, this is factoring in inflation in everything we're doing. Next slide. So compensation investment. And so getting to Supervisor Vasquez's question, and you'll see that this is on the investment side, and this is for these are the needs of the organization. And so the market, this is for 23. So for the 23 forecast column, you'll see there's an amount for market and pay plan. And those would be the amounts that would be needed to support the plan for this fiscal year. But we carry it out for the next 5 years. And each year, we add an amount because we want to maintain the system that we're implementing at a rate of 2.5% per year for merit. So again, a substantial investment that will continue throughout the 5-year picture because we are raising salaries, we're increasing ranges, we're making those changes. And then when you carry this out for the full 5-year period, the total amount is $40.6 million. Again, this is a 5-year plan. I'm going to stop. And Erica Philpott is not with us today. One of her sons is graduating, and so she made the right choice. So questions or comments, because this would be a good. Well, let's go to the next slide, and then we'll come back. So Siri, if you can present this slide, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So the next slide shows really how we're matching up that $40 million need. As we had planned out the pay plan recommendation for this year, plus continuing our merit, we had calculated over 5 years a cost of $40 million. And so in looking at that, some of the things we already had prior to building this year's budget is we had a 10-year plan outlook we had presented to the board in the past that included our merit. And you'll see that along the left where it says merit FY24 and in parentheses 2.5%. You'll also see that for 26 and 27. Now you will not see that for fiscal year 25. And that's why that line is empty there, because these were the dollars we had previously programmed in when we had presented our 10-year plan with a recessionary outlook. We had looked at tying the recession year to not having our merit increases. That's something we've done in the past. When we've had a recession, we have held off on merit because we were looking at really a commitment to compensation over the next 5 years. When we were looking on the prior slide of the needs, we put back in planning to have the merit built in for our staff each year. But when we look at the resources that had already been set aside to build the compensation fund, we didn't have that in our plan. So that's why that line is empty, but there is a line for merit of what we had already set aside in prior planning efforts through our regular 10-year plan process. So when we had forecasted we would have a 2.5% merit. Really the investment in the general fund tenure we already had programmed in totals that 5.25 million, because that's really about 1.2 million with some growth per year based on really our variable ERE or employer benefit rates growing up. But we have that, so you can see that investment made in fiscal year 24 then accumulates really over 4 years to 5.2 million. And then the same thing for 26 and 27, only with fewer years. So as we were in the plan, adding to compensation for the merit, those dollars were already available or set aside, if you will, for compensation. So once we factored in those dollars, we still had a shortfall to reach our needs. We also had, because we had previously presented this as one of our strategies for fiscal year 2022 budgeting, the 2022 market change that was made. And so you can also see those dollars because we tied that on the cost side to a cost that we had was the market. We had already planned for that. So those dollars were available. But again, all of those together, so the market money we had in the plan, the merit money we had in the plan, put us about 24 million shy of our goal. So the request this year was to build a 5-year compensation fund. And what would that take really to meet the goal of investment this year in compensation plus routine merit increases for the next 4 years beyond that? So when we were looking at the dollars available, we looked at our recurring dollars and we looked at our one-time, and the recommendation is to set aside some of that recurring capacity that we had. So if you recall from that balanced plan side, we started with a little over $3 million of recurring, and we set aside 2 million of that. So that's 2 million of recurring set aside in fiscal year 23 is then available each of those years because it's recurring. So that is how we funded 12 million of the compensation investment fund. And the remaining 5 years were through setting aside one-time fund balance. We'll go over this on the next slide as well, but you may recall that we are ending the year with a very healthy fund balance in the general fund that is in excess of our reserve target. So the idea is that we'll set it aside and basically plan it out and say we've reserved this for compensation strategy efforts for the next 5 years, and then feed it back into the general fund to offset that cost year by year. And I can show that on the next slides as well. But that's really how we took a balanced approach between using some of our recurring funds and our one-time funds to fund a 5-year compensation outlook.
So if I can add real quick, and then I'll turn it back. So looking at the two sheets, page 21, page 20 and 21 side by side, one are the needs and one is the funding plan. Both tie out to a total of $40.6 million. What we're in essence doing by creating the compensation investment fund is creating a framework in order to start pre-funding our compensation for the future. We will always, that's a fixed cost. That is always, we're always going to have compensation. That is a recurring investment that we have that reflects, of course, the workforce that we do have with us. So again, the compensation investment fund provides the opportunity to create the fund and then to begin pre-funding it. What would happen without it, and you'll definitely appreciate this, is when we start looking at the needs of the organization and compensation, they're in competition with each other. And that is the reason we wanted to create the fund and start pre-funding it with a fund balance that did not occur overnight. This fund balance has been developing. It's years in the making, but it goes back to reflecting our approach to growing the organization. And we've grown it very, very conservatively. And going back to what we've always talked about, probably the factoid we've said more often than not in the last 2 weeks is 6 fewer employees today than we had 16 years ago. And that while it may be frustrating to some, that helps us create this fund today. And so we didn't know about this 16 years ago. I don't think any of us that were here, some in this room, had that kind of foresight. But by having the the revenue and the fund balance, we're able to pre-fund it, create the investment fund. But it also provides in next year, what we hope to see is additional capacity to do more with non-compensation related needs, i.e. what we've all been working with for the last year and a half. And I say may, because we're still going to we need to continue to invest in the compensation fund, and the funding plan that you see is the funding that we've set aside in the 10-year plan, knowing that all things could change, but if things go to plan, we would continue to receive, of course, revenues from property taxes and sales tax in order to do these future investments. So again, our point is that the compensation fund investment initiative that we're presenting today provides some relief with competing with operational needs of the organization with compensation. So I'm going to stop and listen.
So I know that we have, through the discussions, talked about the possibility of the board discussed adding to the FTEs for some of the departments. For example, the court security and public fiduciary. And you probably, and of course, I haven't had a chance to go through all your slides we just got, but I'm assuming we're going to look at that because, I think that, and that's what we have been discussing here, and that is trying to come up with a balance between a compensation package that acts as a recruitment and a retention tool so that we can recruit and maintain the staffing level we need here in Coconino County versus quite frankly, the various requests from the departments.
Mhm.
And, which we look at, and some of them look pretty good, look pretty legitimate, just listening to IT, for example. And so that's, of course, is the dynamic question, and that, that we're weighing and balancing. And in the compensation plan as laid out, there's, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there would be the initial basically yearly market, I believe you call it, increase. And then in addition to that, there would be a merit increase. So there would be the possibility of 2 different increases, compensation increases per year.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at that.
And what you're saying, I'm going to let the supervisor begin. I'm going to turn to you, and then I'm going to try to think my question more articulately.
And I do want to take back my comment,
Yeah.
because after I said it, I don't think I said that correctly.
Well, I know one is per year for each fiscal year, and one is anniversary date.
Chair, if I could just weigh in on that. So the plan for this year was the WXYZ proposal that did, as you mentioned, include both sort of a merit and a market component, which would be 2 different.
Right.
The 4-year outlook is just the merit, which is the anniversary date type adjustment.
The 4-year. Thank you. And by the way, that's really important to underscore, because I didn't understand that. So thank you. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at some of the figures here, and you did asked a question, and Sari answered the question. That was the question I had. And then also with the overall needs of the county and staffing, operational costs, vehicle, all this and that. I just feel that, this whole plan was actually developed around how arrived at with recommendations presented by departments I'm just kind of a little concerned that the compensation plan has driven this whole recommendations. I'm not sure to what extent we will be sacrificing the needs of the departments who fund the compensation plan fully. And that it may be at the service to both the departments. Just as that we heard earlier, that we're overworked. We want some time off, but we have so many things that are on our plate, and we say family first, but to what extent is that going to affect that? And then community services that are provided out there that are detrimental to the organization to provide to people out there. So I'm not saying I'm not in favor with the compensation plan. That's something things that it keeps coming to my mind. And so we're looking at 2 increases a year. The XYZ one that we had, and then plus a 2.5, and I think the other one was 2%. So all in all, about 4.5% is what I think we're talking about every year for the next years, 5 years. Is that how it's developed?
No, Madam Chair, the initial investments will be in fiscal year 23, and that will be that we've described. Going forward from 24 through 27, the adjustments will be merit at 2.5% only.
And I didn't understand that either. That's a big change from what we originally were discussing. So thank you. That makes it easier for me.
And the reason why the investment in 23 is to start addressing the retention, compensation based on inflation and housing. When we look at the single biggest challenge that the organization is facing right now is retention and recruitment. Our vacancy rates for most departments is very high. In some cases, it's 20 plus 20 to 30%. We are no different than any other organization that we are aware of. This is a national phenomenon that's occurring, and so attempting to retain and to recruit is important. What compounds our situation here in Coconino County, specifically more in Flagstaff as well, is our cost of housing. When we look at the cost of housing relative to the state average and other communities, it certainly is much higher. And then you put on top of that inflation. And so looking at going back to the recommendation on the compensation investment fund, yes, it does. It does take up a lot of the capacity that as an organization that we have. At the same time, though, and you've heard from departments when asked by Supervisor Vasquez and others, looking at the trade-off, what makes more sense, FTEs or compensation? And that's not going to be the same for all departments. And when we had this first discussion several months ago with the elected and appointed leadership team, I put this out at that time. We need to have a strategy where we're not competing against the operational needs of the organization for compensation. Because what's happening is we make a recommendation, the needs continue to increase. And so that's why setting aside the fund and pre-funding it and then adding funds throughout the next 5 years minimizes that competition for limited resources.
County Manager Peru, do you mind if I add just a little bit about our deliberations? Thank you. And I would add, Mr. Vice Chair, Supervisor Begay, that in our contemplation of each one of the department requests, we measured, as we've said in the past, about how many vacancies are in the department. It has been years since we've really had the option of looking at full employment in our departments. Certainly pre-COVID, we had those challenges. They've just gotten worse through the pandemic and now to this point where we're hoping we're at post-pandemic, but where we have, as County Manager Peru mentioned, 25, 28% vacancy rates in our departments. It's very difficult to judge what full employment will bring to the operational efficiency and effectiveness. So to the points that the county managers made throughout is that we don't disagree at all about the need for additional FTEs, but what we believe, and to reiterate what County Manager said, is that retention is absolutely critical, because every time we lose a trained long-term employee to a higher salary in other areas or to a lower cost of living in other areas, we lose years and we lose incredible amounts of money. You'll remember on your compensation PowerPoints, the cost of turnover. And so our first and foremost point was to really affect retention and recruitment to get to full employment, to enable us in future years to really then start adding additional FTEs at that point. Thank you.
Vice
Madam
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
still
Supervisor Begay, you've got the floor.
I hope you guys are here till 6 o'clock. No, just kidding. On the one-time investment of the 12 million, that's to bring, to redo the salary schedule and then place everybody accordingly on that schedule. This does include the positions that are vacant. They're included all the way across. And this is just a one-time investment that the 12 million that the board is going to be doing. Thereafter, it's 2.4 every year, 2,462,000 every year for the next 5 years. And so in total, I see
So if I can add, Madam Chair.
okay, I see what's going on here. But anyway, so for a total of this whole compensation plan is going to be $40 million over a 5-year, including a one-time investment. This is how I understand it.
So Madam Chair, and Siri, correct me, if you total each of those columns, those are going to be that's going to be the annual deposits into the fund.
Yes, and if I can share, I just skip ahead for 1 minute to show that. If you wouldn't mind looking at the screen in front of you, I'm going to try and use my mouse to indicate where we are. There's this line right here that says compensation fund. And so here is where we're setting aside the compensation fund dollars. So this is slide number 22 in your handout. And then you can see that it's going back into the general fund as it's a negative expense right there. So it's going back in to help offset the increased costs we see by investing in having higher salary and then associated benefits with that throughout. And so if you were to take this compensation fund, pull out the investment piece, the 12 million right here, and sort of feed it back in over the course of 5 years, it's neutral. This all totals out to 0. So that's how we're showing putting those dollars back into the plan.
I had a question. So we're investing this $12 million now, and that way it covers over the course of 5 years. So is it safe to assume then that if our budget's the same with general fund next year, that we will have more ability or opportunity to fund FTEs in the future because we've taken that away now to invest in the compensation package for 5 years, but that moving forward, we won't have, since the money's already been allocated, the general fund will be able to be refocused towards FTEs if that's what the need is next year and moving forward?
Well, and I would probably, if I could amend the comment with FTEs are reoccurring. And so again, we start off with a certain amount of reoccurring and one-time money. So yes, with regard to reoccurring available for FTEs, but again, there are other reoccurable expenses too. And so they would be in essence competing within that category of I have a reoccurring expense and an FTE is also recurring. So again, that would occur, but we would have, again, going forward, if we don't have some economic downturn and things that we can't predict happen, then we would have some flexibility. I'm not going to say we would have everything that we're setting aside for compensation available for use. We would not have that. But again, we would have that. The other part, Madam Chair, when we talk about full employment, having a vacancy rate of 5% versus 20%, we also have the reality is that several departments rely on salary savings for operational expenses during the year. And so when we get to full employment, we're not going to have that flexibility. And so we will this year, as we start to hopefully see some benefits from the compensation plan, we're going to have departments that have fewer dollars to work with. I imagine those are the types of requests that we're going to see next year, that because we are now fully staffed, we don't have the capacity to cover other normal expenses.
Right. But I thought one of the primary motivations for the recurring investments would be to sustain the merit pay increases per year.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
that not really as a fund for new FTEs, but really as a fund to maintain at least a 2.5% compensation increase per year and possibly more.
Additional FTEs would be on top of
That's what I understood too.
Yeah, no, what I was basically getting at is we invest into the compensation package this year. It covers us basically for the 5 years. We'll still have the recurring cost, but it'll be less. And the difference of like basically we're spending more than almost $9 million more this year to invest to cover over that time. If we have the same numbers, that $1 million can be used for either operational expenses or FTEs moving forward, rather than like we're really all I'm saying is we're front loading now so that we can have this compensation package over the 5 years. But if things continue and we're in a positive trajectory and we have the funding for it, we will have additional funding available for that. Right now it's tied up to compensation because of this investment that would be available for either operations or for FTEs.
yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not going to be a panacea. We're tight, which we heard about, and we have that competition that goes on. But we've reached a point where the cost of living, as well as that bottom end, is just getting so tight that we're building in an assurance that we at least could put a base compensation together. Beyond that, the idea of new or competition against pay in the future, we still will have pay considerations. However, creating an FTE, a single FTE, drive it out over multiple years it draws down significantly. You put several on there and you have a much broader drawdown with it. So that's why I kept asking that question about the expenditure limit. We're capping out where people, we don't have enough employees to do everything, excluding the idea of the vacancies. We're struggling with that as well. One thing that I did, when we were going along was I just roughly wrote down next to each department, do they support pay or FTEs? And with the exception of 5 of them, and it was usually I support both out of those 5. It was the pay component, realizing the challenges of recruitment, where we are in this current day. Yeah, the housing is a part of it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, housing is absurd right now. We'll find, well, this conversation will continue, I guess.
Supervisor Begay.
One more question. So if the board chooses to go with 3 years instead of the 5 years, just a question. How big of an impact will it have? I'm thinking that because this morning, even in the news, it says something about a new type of COVID thing is coming. And, we have to deal with that. And so what is it going to be like? Is it going to be another government shutdown and all this stuff because we've had 100 million people that passed away, and they're anticipating about the same amount with this new thing that's coming out. So that's just a thought, but that I'm just throwing it out. I'm not saying that's what we want to do, but you have to think about everything, when you're talking about large amounts of dollars. And, we always say we appreciate the staff, all the good things that are happening out there in the departments. I wish we just had a lot of money that we could just say, yes, we'll do it right now. And then on the other hand, we still have needs for the departments too. So that's just reality right now that we're faced with. So thank you very much.
If I can respond, Madam Chair. In the event that the county experiences some catastrophe, we have and we will take measures that need to take place. So we would be looking at expenditures and commitments before we get to positions and compensation. And so we'd be looking at operational plans, looking at doing a lot of different modifications. The budget that we're adopting today, we can only legally adopt a single year budget. What you see in the out years, that's the topic of the following year's budget process. And so your question about if we did 3 years of it, we would be looking at, if the board chose to do that, looking at does that change any decisions that the board has made to date. Again, that would go back to the board for reconsideration, but I don't think that we would have any changes from the manager with regard to recommendations.
And actually, we just did it when we were in the middle of COVID. Fortunately, we had a recovery that has brought us to where we are right now, but we were doing that.
Well, we had ARPA and a tremendous number of ARPA funds that we got to use last year to plug in that budget, as well as thankfully a recovery. So, yeah.
If we had not received ARPA funding, we would not be having this discussion today on an investment plan.
I have a follow-up question. With if we invest the 12 million into the compensation plan over 5 years, is that funding locked in, or do we have to vote on it every year for the next four years?
You would have to vote on each year's budget. We can't adopt a multi-year budget. So each year we would be bringing back, in terms of continuing funding the plan. In that context, we would not, at least at the staff level, be going through the process of reintroducing the plan every year, but it would be continuation of it.
And would that number stay fixed, or is there the possibility that over one of those years you bring a budget for that year that's higher than what we're proposing to allocate right now?
I think the only variable that we would not be able to forecast, a couple of years out, would be benefit increases. But other than that, we would be looking at what we've identified as the basis for the plan, in terms of the merit, 2.5 per year. So again.
Any other questions or comments at this point?
Next slide, please.
Actually, my comment, I was going to, since Supervisor Fowler speaking on, I was trying to push for the 18 million 16 years ago, but she kept disagreeing with me back then.
And the truth comes out. Okay. So Siri, do you want any other discussion on the 10-year plan?
No, I think this is provided board members for your information. I know some of you like to see all of the numbers that go into it, but we do have on a subsequent slide a more boiled down version of this. So it's sort of this is the full detail as we like to look at it. And as we move through to this side that County Manager Peru will go through, this really is the interpretation side, if you will, of what we saw when we were plugging the numbers into our long-term outlook and how we sort of came up with the dollars available for recurring in one time. And I'll just note that the version that you were seeing was the version that was presented to you at the beginning of budget. And so we've made modifications to that. And now we're sort of, this is where we're living now with our update.
Can you go back to this, to the 10-year? Can you speak to the 10-year chain net fund and fund balance?
Yes, thank you, County Manager Peru, members of the board. So what we tend to look at when we're looking at our 10-year plan, so the first slide has our first sort of next 5 years, if you will, outlook, including the budget year we're discussing. But we know that there are a lot of one-time things already recommended in here. So we're not looking at just 1 year in terms of do we have a balanced budget? We look over the long term, and that's the best practice for 2 reasons. So one is because this year we have a lot of one-time investments recommended. If we were to just look at this year, we would say, oh, our budget, is not in balance because we're using fund balance. But when we look out and we account for those one-time adjustments, what we're really looking at is by year 10, are we essentially in balance? Maybe not down to zero. I mean, it would be if we could make all these numbers come exactly to fruition as forecasted for 10 years, that would be pretty amazing. But it's really using our best practices and our best estimate based on history, based on what we think we know about the future. Really is our net change in fund balance essentially neutral by the end of our 10 years. So what we're looking for here is in the area I'm circling is really large variances there that would indicate a structurally unbalanced budget. So you can see when we look at in our out years, fiscal year 30 and 31, again, just based on sort of history of assumptions, we believe that we are essentially in balance because we have year 30 a net change in fund balance of negative 24,000, which is really rounding at this point based on the dollars we're looking at, and a positive of 58,000. The other thing I want to point out on here is our fund balance. As we noted, our emergency reserve is 15% of our revenues. That's our target. So you can see that number across the bottom. This is the target number. That's all that is. It doesn't factor into anything else other than if we were to have a 15% reserve, what would that look like? But then you can see our forecast. And so if we were not to set aside the compensation fund here, this $12 million, we would actually be forecasting to end our current fiscal year with $47 million of fund balance and compared to our target of 13 million. So what establishing the compensation fund really does is say, here's a plan, and we're going to set this aside now and invest it back in so that we can answer the questions of why do we have a large fund balance? What is your plan for it? Because if we weren't doing the compensation fund, those would certainly be other questions that we would be accountable to in terms of what is the plan for investing that. As it was mentioned, there are a couple of factors why it is so high, ARPA being a big one, and the other one just being the quicker recovery than originally forecasted, and really the subsequent bubble we're seeing in our sales tax revenues as a result of the inflation and the pandemic. And so when we were looking at those revenues back, I'm actually just going to go back. When we were looking at our revenues, we're really sitting right here in terms of our timeline, where our revenues are very high, compared to just history and sort of our sustainable levels. So that has built up that one time, and having the compensation fund allows us to have a strategy for investing that fund balance and really showing, how we're spending it down, how we plan to spend it down over time.
So then this fund is not going to affect, our fund balance and a need for an override? I should say our expenditure spending limit and the need for an override is what I really need to say.
So Supervisor Horstman, we will come back with another session on our expenditure limitation and sort of what the outlook looks like on that. One of the things we have been using carry forward. So even without the investment, every dollar we spend that's considered local definitely goes against our expenditure limit and affects our future capacity. So override will have to be a discussion that we'll need to talk about with the board in the future. One of the things that has given us a little bit of relief is that the federal dollars for ARPA and COVID funding is not considered local dollars. And we were able to move some expenditures then onto something that's not a local revenue source and sort of free up some of that capacity we've been bumping up against. But that's a short-term solution to a longer-term problem.
So I guess though my question is, having this investment that you're proposing is not going to affect that.
it doesn't affect it either
Okay,
way.
all
Correct.
right. Thanks.
Something profound I was going to say, and it just kind of. So and so Siri did indicate okay, it was the expenditure, so that we should kind of sync up on our terminology. So override versus the expenditure limitation.
I understand the override is what we do as a response. So
So
I was really asking whether putting this money aside was going to affect that.
but we will bring back a discussion
Is it?
on the county's need for an expenditure limitation. Because, at some point, and we are at cap, but we're using carry forwards to keep us managed. But at some point, that will come back to the county for the discussion. And again, it's an important voter question, because we're not asking for additional capacity. We're asking for the authority to spend what we already have. And that's what several counties and some community college are faced with, is that, they have the revenue, they just don't have the statutory authority. And then Supervisor Fowler did say, we are also using the flexibility language that we were able to receive back in 2009, which provides the opportunity or the authority for counties to use other funds to help support some of the programs that are provided. And we do use flexibility language to the jail and from the jail district. But that was on the discussion block this year at this legislature about it being removed. And that so far it has not been considered yet.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's probability of that going away is getting pretty strong right now. ATRA has been working the legislature for quite some time, and it's limited at this point with that. The piece, though, associated with the expenditure limit and the override question it is a future discussion. But I'm also listening to a board listening to capacity limits within each of the departments. And that's where it plays into if that has reached a stage where it's not working or it's perceived that it needs to be modified. That's why it's important to have that future discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, the next slide. So again, these are going back to the recurring funds available, taking off the manager recommendations, the compensation fund that we've just spoken about, that's on the recurring. And then down below the one-time, same thing, and looking at the beginning of 17.4, taking out what we just talked about, recommendations, inflation, the compensation fund, and then let's start talking about positions. So we've added the assessor admin position and the fiduciary in as a 3-year appointment, because it provides us the opportunity to use one-time funding for those positions. Again, and we're looking at that, just looking at case flow. Now, the public fiduciary, they're trending high. They're continuing to trend high. So we will need to revisit that. We're certainly going to not taking away from the need there. Assessor's position, the same thing. It may be looking at the activity, but again, not certain there. But again, it provides us the opportunity to maximize the use of funds that we do have in the one-time category. So those items are put in. And then also the constable wage increase, and then the laptops for community development. Those 3 items are added, which leaves a balance of 670.
Now, what I don't see in here are the bailiff positions, the security positions for the courts.
Siri, we would take that away from this total?
So no, at that, I'm just fast forwarding. If you don't mind, Chair and members of the board, we do have a slide in the future where we show the ones that were on the radar to bring back for discussion. we were able to identify solutions for those in gray that some of them have been noted now, but no, those items as of yet are not included.
Which ones?
I apologize. I didn't get that last part, Siri. Could you repeat that? Didn't understand what you said.
Sure. So during our discussions on the parking lot, we have departmental requests to come back for discussion. The in a revised recommendation, we included the 3-year limited term for the assessor and for the public fiduciary, but we did not yet build in anything for the page security officer, Parks and Rec Amphitheater Fund, or Superior Court Security Officer, pending further board discussion.
Okay, so those are the 3 items we still need to talk about. Thank you.
And the amount available to work with is at 670.
I got a question. With 670, if we don't spend all of it this time, does that carry over?
No, what we're proposing to do with the balance is to create the, we're not titling it yet, but a fund for grant matches and also any economic development related activities that as a county we can do. So to create the fund and to begin with an investment of whatever the balance is.
So when are we going to talk about the bailiffs then and the Park and Rec Amphitheater Fund?
Right now.
Okay.
So again, going back to the bailiff
Before you do,
positions.
Steve, before you do, so in that question that Geronimo was just asking, so each of these increments, which you're probably all anticipating, the more we put in there, less we're going to have for the matching opportunity and the economic development as well on that.
The position, the page security officer position, that's the full cost, if I'm not mistaken, and the city of Page is putting in half of that. So the cost for the page security officer would be half of the 50. Yes?
So actually, Corey has received revised information if you want to share that.
Sorry, Madam Chair, members of the board. The updated totals were around 37,000 as a county portion, and the IGA that was secured through the Page Municipal Court would contribute a matching amount. So around 37,000.
So the general fund is 37.
Correct.
And did we factor in court enhancement as a possible offset?
They did look at court enhancement at this time, however, do not have any funding to contribute during this fiscal year
Okay. For this fiscal year, though.
yet.
They may in other fiscal years. Okay.
Correct.
So 37,000 is the amount instead of 50.
Instead of 50,000, right?
So what we would do is suggest that as a, I'm going to say as a one-time for the funding, because next year we may be able to match it up with some court enhancement funding. So cobbling dollars together. But we would recommend that would be approved at a 37,000 for this year.
All right. So instead of the 50,000, 490, 37,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm crossing out the right things.
Okay. The next item is the amphitheater fund.
Remind us what that was for.
I need to punt it to, I don't have the increment in front of me. Can someone speak to that?
I didn't hear the question, Supervisor Supervisor Fowler, sorry.
I'm just asking if we could be reminded what the $100,000 was for.
Sure, I can
Thank
answer
you,
that
Madam
question, Chair Horseman, members of the board. The request from Parks and Rec was to take the contract revenue from our entertainment, the amphitheater management company, and set it into a special revenue fund. Currently, those dollars go into the general fund, and so it is an impact to the general fund. But the request was to set that revenue aside and really earmark it for special projects or improvements specific to the amphitheater, rather than have it as now go to the general fund and sort of offset operating costs that we have for facility maintenance and just general management.
And quite frankly, unless there is another source of capital funds that can be utilized for the amphitheater, I think it's a great use of a program to try to give them funds available for future capital projects. Supervisor Ryan.
But I think Lucinda was going to comment. I'll follow up though. That's okay.
Okay, just quickly though, Siri, I think the discussion was that the costs associated that we cover to maintain the amphitheater would come out of that fund, because right now they're funded out of the general fund. So they would both the costs and revenue would go into that fund. Correct?
So yes, I believe the request was not for that, but the
Right.
revised discussion was that then we would transfer things like utility costs and maintenance costs with the revenue, and then whatever balance remaining could build the
Right.
improvement fund.
Yeah,
Then
that
we
wasn't
build the-
discussed with us. That may have been discussed with you all, but that wasn't discussed with us. What was discussed with us was, as you've just said it, Siri. So if you're proposing something else, that's fine. Just let us know what that might be.
Well, there is an issue because there is ongoing operating costs that we are not collecting in the operation of that in support of a private entity who's bringing in the revenue and supplying the revenue. So I think, it'd be better to turn that more into a fund that looks at the total operation of the amphitheater. And then as we revisit in the future that agreement for the amphitheater, then we begin to look at the entire cost structure and revenue structure together. That's a much more appropriate business approach to the amphitheater, rather than separating out these costs, and then not including a total look of the amphitheater.
So the only thing I would ask for that is what are we looking at? If they're trying to do $100,000 and the actual costs are $150,000, then they're in a worse
I
position.
think they're substantially less than that, but we could pull those figures.
Yeah, I think we need to know that. So.
Do you know offhand, Siri?
I want to say last time we looked at it, it was in the neighborhood of around $40,000 of
gonna
expenses that
say-
are direct, really looking at the direct expenses and not, folding in an indirect of department management or general park maintenance. Just very specific to the direct utilities and direct costs for the amphitheater.
Madam Chair, what I would like to propose, not to kick the can, but there's some work that needs to be done on this issue.
I agree.
We can bring it back to the board even during the year as a budget amendment to that. So again,
Okay. I mean, I like the concept. I got to tell you, I understand what Lucinda's indicating. I get it. On the other hand, I really like the concept of starting to create a fund to be able to go back into capital projects for the amphitheater. Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. It needs to be fleshed out more. By the same token, I would suggest that we do keep that 100,000 in there, though we know there is a cost associated with it. We can always modify in the future, but the additional money that's in there is an attempt to even begin to consider repair and replacement, which is quite a bit. Those figures could be looked at later on and say, right, wrong, let's modify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
so we can conclude the funding as a set aside pending additional discussion on the structure of the fund.
I have a question.
Is-
I like
Vice
the
Chair?
idea. I like the idea of putting funds set aside. Seeing how you said the direct cost is roughly about 50,000. How was the 100,000 number come up? And I know that's something we're going to talk more about later, but I was just curious, how was that number decided upon?
Madam Chair and members of the board, the 100,000 represents the minimum guarantee under the R entertainment contract. So that's the revenue side of things. And then the expenses can vary based on events, temp wages, utility costs, things like that. So that's a ballpark. I went a little high probably. I'm just trying to pull something out of my head, but I think that would be the high end of direct costs we would move over.
So, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So I'm just wondering, since this is a project that, this has to be flushed out and studied and brought back to the board. and this is something that is just now starting. What if we were to do 50,000, since we are in need of funds? Start with 50,000 and then maybe plan to go the full 100,000 next year. But for this year, just start with the 50,000.
I'm ready to go the 100,000 and then modify it as we need to. I think we need to start doing something.
The 50,000, you start doing something, and 100,000, I agree, but I'm just wondering what the board, I know everyone wants the amphitheater, but there are other needs as well. So I'm just wondering if that is something that we might want to consider. At least they're starting with something like we're saying, which is 50,000, and then we can go 100,000 as the program or this fund is developed and defined.
Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, and I understand the conversation. Yeah, we're always trying to conserve and see what we can do for set aside. In this case, the maintenance associated with the amphitheater is far exceeding. Well, I mean, this is not much at all. So to have anything to begin to put into that fund is very important. Or we're going to have costs that are, they're going, no matter what, they're going to be excessive down the road if we don't start setting aside the money. In the meantime, there is a maintenance component that we're attempting to pay for. So out of all these, this is one that I probably set up high to say, I really think we should initiate this. No matter what, we are going to get the conversation back, and it might be just what your recommendation is, Supervisor Fowler. But in this case, I think it's wise to, to set aside this amount.
And I do look forward to further discussions that we actually value our assets on more of a commercial rate, because then we will have the monies available to put back in them to, quite frankly, make them even more marketable. And then we can get even more for them. But at this point, I'm for the 100,000, and we can always revisit it. Supervisor Begay?
I think we need to put an amount in there regardless of whatever. We can always bring it back to the board future throughout the year to do a budget amendment. I think that would be great. And I think this is a contract with the amphitheater. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
It's a revenue. Okay, revenue from the contract. Okay. But anyway, yeah, whether it be 50,000 or 100,000, but we can always make adjustments at a later date when you guys go ahead and determine close to what the amount would be.
And Vice Chair?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think Supervisor Ryan wants the 100,000 because it's in District 3.
I'm not in District 3 and I want the 100,000.
It's
I'm
that,
supporting of it. I'm just giving him a hard time.
he is. It's for the whole, it's the county fairground.
All right, and then do we want to move on, talk about the Superior Court Security Officer?
Yes, so Superior Court Officer, that is cost of 82. I'm also going to recommend we do one time. We'll be working with the court on court enhancement funding to see what's available, but it does provide continuation funding. And so this position has been funded by special revenue grants in the past. And so we do have a position that's occupied. And so this would provide funding for the position for another year, knowing that at some point in time, we'll have to look at it for recurring funding.
So I have a question to ask you, County Manager, and that is that, I mean, we have, as you know, expedited monies available for the sheriff's department because we saw a health and security risk there. And I think we had unanimous approval by the board on that. And I look at what's going on, in Page in terms of the bailiff or here in our court system, really on the same category in that it's truly health and safety. And it's not just for our staff, but it's for those that come to the court system. And we see all across the country the violence that is really directed to our judicial system. And to me, this is something that reaches that same level as it does with the sheriff's department. So, I mean, that's why I'm saying let's bring this back. I think we really need to fund this.
We are recommending the continued funding for the position as a one-time.
Any other comments from other board? Yeah, Supervisor, I was going to say Sheriff Ryan, but Supervisor Ryan.
That's a new one. Yeah, and this is the one that I wrestled around with, to be honest with you, and I needed to hear the recommendation from staff. I was going to ask of Corey. I suggested that earlier. That where are we? Do we? Because the other piece of our discussion, particularly here in Flagstaff, is we have been incrementally increasing. At sometimes we exceeded the expenses. And so we have been shoring that up as far as security. And so that's why I was pausing to say, what are the recommendations from staff on this? Is it critical this year or are we at one, it's a wish, but not necessarily critical?
Okay, move on.
I mean, Corey, do you have I think you asked Corey a question. Is that correct?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Ryan. I agree with County Manager's recommendation on this. Yes, it is still a needed position, but we also need to look at how are we going to fund it in the future. If we allocate the one time for 1 year, we can at least make sure that it is funded through the next year and then look at what source of funding we can apply to the future. But it is a much needed position, like you said. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no care if it's 1 year reoccurring, as long as it's taken care of. I understand there's,
Message received.
there's.
Right. And in every department, this is budgeting. Sometimes
There's
you
a
get the
dance.
wish and I want this and I want that. And I want to make sure, are we awarding or appropriately? Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay, you had a question?
Yes. We're still going on the list. I'm going to add about 5 more here. Because Lena told me to. No. Can I quickly, can I go back to your future discussion for work sessions? That HHS interpreter is really for the jail district. The one, this one here, you're listing.
Right at the bottom. Oh,
Yeah.
you wanted,
It was for the
Jail
jail
district,
district,
okay.
yes.
okay.
That's what it was.
For
The
the
inmates.
Okay, we can,
Inmates interpreter, not HHS.
okay, we'll clarify. Well, we've made that notation and we'll have a work session related to that topic.
I had a question. Going back to the bailiff for the Superior Court, did I understand right that there may be the potential of other funding for that position? Like we put it up now and we fund it in our budget, but there is the possibility that other funding comes through to help offset that cost?
Yes, and Corey can chime in also. Counties receive court enhancement funding from the Administrative Office of the Courts that can be used for these types of related expenses. So we'll be working with court administration to identify an amount, or if there is an amount, and I'm not sure how the funding is derived on an annual basis, if it's formula or if it's an allocation based on something.
Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, the county manager is absolutely correct. This is something that we can continue to talk to the Superior Court and look at what's a long-standing sustainable solution, whether that is pursuing general funds in the future or court enhancement or any combination it's going to be a further discussion. Right now, with this year's expenses, it wasn't recommended as an additional item, but absolutely, it's still a priority. But we need to look at what are all the dollars coming in and what are the revenue sources that can be used to make sure all of these positions are solid.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. What I was referring to is not the long term, but this specific year that we're talking about, the 82,000. Is there the possibility that there might be court enhancement funds that come in this year, and then some of the money that we've allocated towards this could be redistributed somewhere else in our budget?
That's definitely a possibility. The last thing we would want to do is speak on the Superior Court's behalf and say they have any guarantee of special revenues coming in. As we all know, those are fee-based. So for the majority of them, with fees being so fluid, they would have to produce a number that they're hoping for and then try to reduce that from what they expect the annual expense to be.
No, thank you. I'm in support of it. I just want some clarification and see if there's other funding sources that can help support this as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Madam Chair, I just want to know what you think about the, repeat again, the Superior Court security again.
Okay, let me know.
So,
Sure,
so
sure.
since we're on the courts again, I have suggested that we do a study or about the state fundings that come through for all of our departments, not just the courts. Where are we with them? How much is actually coming in? What, like the courts enhancement dollars now? These fees and fines that they used to depend on, this is just a court example,
Right.
used to depend on, is now being limited or is being reduced for, and now it's coming to the general funds. Now we have to project out what are we looking at with the state fundings and where are we with the state legislators, and so we always look at this $2 million for potential more impact from the state. We're standing here with our purse. In the meantime, the state legislators will say, we balance the budget and here we're picking up 2 million or more of what they just balanced out because they threw it over to us. So anyway, if we can have a study done, much like what we did with the public health, what are main mandates and what percentage is of mandate is what we can carry, be realistic. It's just going back to saying, okay, what can we do and what do we say no to? And what is our capabilities? And I feel like there are, the more that the state is cutting, the more our programs are expanding. So there's a lot of justification for that, but at what point do we say no? And at what point do we say, where's the partnership here?
We have that on the list.
All right, thank you.
Can you excuse me for 1 minute?
What's that middle part again?
Ato e ya John his na has net do less qua.
Sorry, I was trying to get some clarification. Okay, so next group of items. And you see it's page 27. So page 27, additional budget requests. And I've spoken to Economic Development Program Resources and Grant Matching Innovation Opportunity Fund as one item. So, so with an amount to be determined to create a fund that would be used again for those purposes. That fund, the details on how that fund would be structured. Of course, we'd have to make sure that all the authorities are in place for the purposes. But again, that would be a discussion item for the board to create the fund, similar to what we did for Tut Hill with that, for that intended purpose. Discussion? And that might be something we want to come back to at the end, if we want to look at funding available, the balance to use if the board chooses to want to establish that fund.
So really, this whole slide, 27, has to do with the need to kind of build funds for matching funds for various grants and programs. Is that true?
Not all of it. Let me just kind of go through each item and then we can come back to the fund itself if I could, Madam Chair. So the second item is the allocation, and this is on the board's operational budget. We are in the budget, we have put in funding, additional funding for districts 4 and 5 to account for the remote travel and the remote workstations for districts 4 and 5. And then there was also a recommendation to apply a 5% inflationary adjustment to each of the board's operational budget.
But that's already been done across departments and we would just be part of that department, correct? So that's what I understood.
I'll ask Siri to respond.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, included in that estimate for CPI did include the board's operational budget. I think the question was the allocation of it, but so it's calculated based on the 5% of each district, and we could allocate it then into each district budget unless you wanted to change that.
I mean, I think and when we were doing with our retreat, that's what we were expecting, is that we would be treated just like the other departments. I think the difference is then we were asking for an additional allocation just for districts 4 and 5s in recognition of their travel.
Right. And that was 4,000 for each of the districts.
That's what we proposed, and
For the
yeah,
two.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, the next item, tribal liaison professional contract. An amount similar to the amount we're paying for our federal contractor. We pay, I think, about $95,000 for that contract. And so just for purposes of beginning the discussion, to set aside an amount of around that amount of $95,000 to create a contract with a firm to assist with tribal nations liaison, similar in terms of advocacy. So again, this is for discussion.
So that could either be a contract for an employee that we hired, or a contract for services to a third-party organization, or is that?
Right. Yeah, we could do it. It's not an FTE. I'm not suggesting an FTE at this time, but to your comment, it could be used as a professional services contract to an individual or a firm.
Or going out to a third party who could provide those services. As Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This position is for all tribal members, Happy Supai, Hopis, and Navajos and others that are within Coconino County. So I'm not sure if the third party would cost us more to bring somebody in and do that. But I think if we have someone in there, since you're saying for professional services for now, and then see what the outcome is, or how effective that individual is, or department, or that FTE, then we would look at the possibility of doing recurring, possibly hiring somebody. I don't know if there would, there's certain ways to look at this, but it's definitely needed right now that I see it for all tribes.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Ryan.
actually, as you're working through each of these and, do we want to do these? Yeah, I like the idea of starting out from a contractual perspective. It's kind of how we did it before as we build our state pieces, our federal pieces. It brings more expertise in. And then from that, we start to shape how do we do it better each year on it. But it does make sense to go this way.
So for budgetary reasons, we'll do the amount, details to be determined in discussions with the body.
I think that sounds good. Anybody else? Vice Chair?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
This has been in discussion for several years, so this is the year that we finally have
Decade.
added on, so.
Decades.
Well-
Just make sure Matt Ryan's not involved.
Okay, we're getting near the entrance to Wally World and the family is falling apart.
The Griswolds are back.
We're discovering that Wally World is closed for renovation. Okay, the next item, a community wildfire defense grant, and this is, again, this was presented to the board by Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani. A good discussion, certainly the messages regarding the county-wide applicability of the program is heard loud and clear. Again, this is in the very developmental stages at this point in time, a lot to be determined, but I think one of the key points to make is the local match, because the investment is substantial. You know, we're talking millions of dollars. We're looking at the Wyden Amendment funding for SRS as the source of our local match. If not, then we will need to come back and talk about reprioritizing the county budget in future years.
Got it. Senator Wyden, we hope you get it done.
Okay. The next item, Navajo Nation BIA Roads Plan Modification. Again, it's a complex agreement that has tribal, federal, county agencies involved. Not to get into the mechanics of it, but we currently have $200,000 that are allocated to the program. Staff is recommending that we increase that amount to $500,000. So adding $300,000 to the current $200,000 provides, of course, the opportunity when staff and board members are interacting with our tribal partners and federal partners that the funding available from Coconino County, certainly would be noted.
So is this coming from the general fund, from her funds, her funding?
Next, it's a combination of road maintenance, sales tax, and HERF.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Just a statement on that. Yeah. I think we've kind of been frozen into a certain amount. It does make sense to do that. It also helps the possibility of broadening the discussions of other opportunities. And, it's something that needs to be brought back because, as you said, it's complex, but it does make sense. The other piece I hope we would watch out for with this, or maybe separate from this, is with the infrastructure money coming in.
Yes.
Is there a way that we can snag a piece of infrastructure to match up to, let's say, Navajo Nation has a certain amount that triggers, it might not be a reoccurring, probably not, but it could be a one-time that enables a project or something like that.
We're not eligible for any tribal funds out of IIJA. We're not eligible to apply for or compete for any of those. If we get other funds, then the board can make a decision. But I think, again, it's really important to understand that will come out of the rest of the, Navajo Nation is part of the CIP. It'll come out of the rest of the CIP. But if we get grant funds to spend on another project, let's say somewhere else, that will free up funds. And then the board can decide if they want to reallocate more funds. But I think over doubling the funds and being able to go to the nation and say, we're going to put more funds in, we want to have a more serious discussion about where are these funds going to go and what is the process by which we can get to those projects, right? And frankly, target to some extent District 4, because so far the projects they've come forward with have largely been in District 5. They're the one that's next up is in District 4, 6910. But, look at what's coming and say, hey, we want to get, continue to have that kind of conversation that Supervisor Fowler's been attempting to facilitate, but do that more focused just with us in our county.
No, I hear
think
you.
Having this tribal
No, I get it. And I
liaison-
see where you want to go with that.
Yeah,
and
and
I
having
agree.
this tribal liaison professional that could come in and help facilitate that process will be
Right.
really helpful, I think. and the
But I think you were
strategy.
asking a different question.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am stating a different thing. I understand that. That makes sense.
Right.
And agree with everything that you're saying associated with it. Understanding that, no, we don't qualify for the funds that are being designated for tribal communities throughout the U.S. But however, there is additional transportation money out there through grants that if there were an opportunity for a cooperative situation one time where it's coordinated with, depending upon the tribal entity, it's a possibility on that.
And that's fine. We haven't seen anything like that today.
Mhm.
That nothing surfaced, and all the rural and other programs are already out. And there are other programs, again, that could supplant other monies, but not in joint.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is to keep our eyes open for the infrastructure monies as they come
Oh, we
down.
are.
And if there are monies available in there, that we can hopefully go into partnerships is I think what the point is.
No, I
Not,
hear
not,
that. I'm
not,
just telling you today, we've been monitoring every NOFA that's come out, and there has not been anything like that. And we're not anticipating that. They've been very segmented by eligibility. That's just so far. But we'll certainly keep an eye out.
Supervisor Fowler.
So I know that you all have talked about this a lot. Probably
If you're going to
down-
probably need to get closer to the mic so everybody can hear.
just so we know, we continue to have a county Navajo Nation roads meet. It's not just county Navajo Nation, it's ADOT, also all road systems. We're having meetings and this is the very reason Navajo Nation receives fund. Counties, are doing work on Navajo Nation. And in certain cases, in some counties, the priority roads have changed. And then Navajo Nation has its own plans for those roads as well. They have their own improvement plans. So that's where we're trying to have meetings to say, okay, you're receiving your own dollars, and let's work to improve all roads, including county maintained roads. And then ADOT is looking at the roads on its roads as well. So anyway, and then of course, then there's BIA. It's just many jurisdictions that are out there. And that's what we're working on right now. So just to add on, thanks.
Thank you. And then, so the final item, we talked about the grant matching. I'll go back, I'll come back to that in a moment. The evidence vehicle, I know Lucinda is looking at the vehicle replacement fund and our current inventory to identify a replacement solution for that. So it's not a general fund impact right now. Are we putting a cost on that?
Correct. The actual cost for the replacement of the vehicle, because there's whole complexity here. I won't get into, but the actual upfront cost of replacing the vehicle would come from the Mechanical Services Replacement Fund, which does have a fund balance currently. This vehicle is 22 years old and it's not functioning well. And this criminal investigations vehicle is really essential to criminal investigations. So yes, this will have an impact on that fund longer term, but right now that's a priority. And I think there was one other one we had discussed too, which was for community development for the inspector. And we would propose to do the same thing with that vehicle. And again, there's an opportunity there. We're also looking at there's kind of a semi-motor pull vehicle at the Fort Valley operation right now. formalizing that and actually getting another formal motor patrol vehicle there that can be used, either for more street activity, not to go out and do inspections, but to do, people have to go places, within Flagstaff or up to Page for meetings, things like that, by all three departments, not just CD, but facilities and IT as well.
Very good. So, Madam Chair, we are to the last item, going back to the Grant Matching Innovation Opportunity Fund. We do have, in terms of one-time funding, the balance of $356,175. I believe we've addressed the outstanding items that we're aware that have a budget impact, but I just want to open that up for any reflection from the board.
At this point, it doesn't appear there are any grants per se that have been identified. So I think what this is we hope that this is going to happen, in which case we need some funds available for matching. And you're saying we have 350,000 left over. Is that what?
Yes.
I think that'd be a good use for that money, actually. And then hopefully that's going to be an incentive to get out there and get these grants. So
we'll establish the framework for the administration of the grant, of the fund itself. But again, at least for purposes of the budget allocation, we've set that amount aside.
any other supervisors want to be heard on that? Supervisor Fowler.
And this grant funding, that is also for grant funding for economic development, because it needs it. So
Yes.
anyways, for all departments, and this is so needed. And this is the time when these federal dollars are coming through USDA, EDA. We have, and now all this money just flushing out through grants through the federal government and nonprofits, huge amount of nonprofits. There are opportunities, and the clustering is a really big thing. So, and then that's what our departments are really good at doing, is working with partners. So I just think this is just the best thing for our organization to be able to create those bridges that are needed right now. So thank you, and really appreciate getting this side.
Any other supervisors want to be heard on this?
Sure.
Vice Chair.
I was just going to say that I'm in support of having this fund to have for matching grants. We constantly hearing of different opportunities and want to make sure that we have some funding available for it. So thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is one time. Where are we on reoccurring?
That has been committed to.
So it's been consumed at this point. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's not a lot in terms of matching, when I take a look at it. And that's one. Yeah. No, I agree. I like it for the economic development piece, but also for the matching. There's so much federal money coming through that will, one grant could easily eat up a chunk of money, a decent chunk of money. To not be shovel ready and fund it, have funding available, you lose opportunities. And this is a unique situation we're in. We put a lot of money, that's one time, that's come through federal money into shoring up the organization. We want to be able to pivot. So if we hit certain points where we find other areas that aren't committed, that's an area to keep in mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm assuming if we hit the jackpot and something comes in that is really make a great opportunity for us, I'm assuming it can come back for further discussion with the board in hopes of finding some pot that we could take it from. So.
Yeah, this is a small amount compared to what is really needed. So.
And then we can continue in years forward to look at the need and look at the capacity to continue to fund it, similar to what we're doing with the compensation investment fund, to build that up. Two outstanding items, the two last final items before we turn it back to the board. The library district is to be determined. They have submitted the third option was to do a gradual increase over the next few years. But for purposes of the 23 budget, you will see that their proposed increase would be from 0.2556 to basically to 2.6. Again, this is a gradual increase. We are getting information from the library district, a profile of each of the libraries. We'll provide this. Well, the question is, would you like us to provide this to each of you? And we can provide it, just the briefing paper, and I can arrange for staff to go over this material. Or would you like to recall this for discussion on May 24th? Now, Madam Chair, you will not be here, so just to remind you.
Madam Chair, I'm
Yes.
okay with the briefing. If we have something that's a surprise, then, any one of us could suggest the idea that we need to bring it to the board, but we already got a pretty good presentation. There are some materials that if we got the briefing, it could bring us up to speed on that. We can see what the potential direction is. That's the one piece. I'm leaning towards this. It's an incremental slight increase, and it looks at doing it in a soft way over time. And so when option 3 was presented the other day, I definitely lean towards that.
Okay.
And I would agree. I lean towards option 3 as well. It's just timing, right? On the other hand, I think they make a compelling argument of need. So I agree with the incremental approach, and I'm fine. I think we can be briefed. I don't think it needs to go to another board meeting, but Vice Chair?
I'm okay with being briefed and doing an incremental increase.
I do want to, with your permission, also convey to the library district the board's collective support for the bookmobile.
Oh, I'm okay with that, but let's hear from Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Fowler.
You'll recall, Supervisor Ryan, that we had come before the board several months ago during our ARPA discussions to possibly transition to a kiosk delivery. And I think, just channeling your thoughts, that it's rural communities have a different affinity to the experience than a kiosk. That's the socialization, it's the touch, it's the seeing the bookmobile pull up in front of a place is just a good feeling to that. So,
I agree too. There's just, when the kiosk is like, okay, fine, but, I think the bookmobile, and especially in rural communities, it's almost like a celebration. It's a time that people can come out, and it is a social experience out there. And so it seemed a little cold. Maybe that's where we're moving to, but it seemed a little cold.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
And actually, I agree with what the experience had been. That bookmobile it's cost a lot of money in order to operate it. I think you could probably find it's up to the library district recommendation, but a middle ground that you have kiosks, but you have that person that shows up. They don't come regularly with the bookmobile, and they wouldn't come regularly with the kiosk, but at least you get the live person that you have a session.
It is a behemoth of a vehicle, though.
Yeah.
You could get a van. I mean, you could use it. I mean, I like the idea of a combination, but you certainly could get a van. They've got to go up there anyway to service the kiosk. They've got to go up there to change the books out. They're going to be up there.
So we'll convey those thoughts to library. And then the final item, the outside agencies. So we'll be providing the same type of information in terms of updates from each of the agencies regarding activities, work plan, impacts. And so again, if I could use the same thing we're doing for the libraries, but I'll defer to the board for that.
Yeah, Supervisor Begay or Fowler, you want to be heard on the libraries?
Outside agencies or libraries.
Well, both, I guess. I'm holding regional meetings, so I will make sure that the library do come out and be able to provide that next regional meeting at Marble Canyon. And we have the page one that's coming up as well, so that we can, we'll be announcing those. Uh, um, It is, it's gonna be a change from the, so, as everything, we slowly get used to it, so. And then the outside agencies, I'm fine with a white paper, but I think what we need to do is also, when we post the budget report, we need to post those reports as well, so that the public knows that how those funds are being used and the positive impact that is happening. The other is that when, from here on, I think what we need to do is to, I don't know, I think we need to reevaluate as we go along and not just grandfather programs in. I know that they do great jobs. I think that we do need nonprofit organization as partners, but sometimes there's others that move in that does good job as well. So that
Supervisor Begay, I'm sorry, they're telling us they can't hear you. If you can get closer to the mic.
So anyway,
I'm
so
looking
that-
at
I
Begay
think-
and it's Supervisor Fowler, sorry.
So it's just something that, just a thought, and if it, I think it'd be really good just to post the report as well with the, or include it in the budget report when it's posted.
Mid-year in-person update also.
If it's necessary,
Not
I
all.
mean, we pretty much know, unless, the other is that I'm not sure if the new board members really know what these programs provide. I'm not sure if they really know that. So, thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Some of these, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As Supervisor Fowler is saying, a lot of these acronyms, a lot of these programs, I don't know the real details of how they're funded, how the grant is written, and things like that. I think, we need to find out a little bit more about them, whether it be by just white paper or whatever, we can read upon it. And so that's what my thought is regarding that. But on the other hand, with the library book bill, I mean, the kiosks and stuff like that, I think it's so needed only because of the rising costs and gas and, just different things that are out there that is going to make it harder, and then even the mobile is, having some issues too. And, I think it's only right. You always have to look at things, you give it a try. If it doesn't work, then we've got to look at other things again. So that's how it is. But anyway, that's my comment to the both of the areas that was discussed.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree in terms of the outside agency discussion of, as we noted earlier, to bring the white paper, it's good for reporting back to the citizens, as suggested by Supervisor Fowler. As you had noted, Steve, that opportunity for any of our programs, have they seen their time or not, to do some level of pause, to make sure they're functioning or not is always a key component. The other piece associated with that is, and it fits into the conversation, we can't be all things, but by the same token, sometimes services, because of where the population is or because we're a central point, are focused more so in the urban setting. If there are opportunities for outside agencies to service us in a way that's practical in the future, we need to keep that in mind. And so it's not to go out and just create one for creation's sake so much as, what's the need, what would be an enabling opportunity depending upon what we have and what we can provide. So it's not just say, hey, we're locked in here and this is all we have. And that's it's a future consideration. It's not right now, but you know, we're always trying to do that with other things that we do. It makes sense with the outside agencies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, no, I think we should get some reports also from the outside agency, and I think we should do that on an annual basis, not just this time. I just think it should be ongoing.
Thank you.
Yes.
I agree. I'd appreciate being able to see some details of the programs with the outside agencies that we're helping fund. So that way, when constituents ask and want to know what are we helping with those outside agencies, we have some details to provide. Very good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is. Lucinda?
I think we spent all the money, so I think we're good.
All
We
funds.
don't have any more money left. That's it.
3:15, I'm suggesting we end at 3:15.
No.
Wow.
And
Steve wins.
let's be cool. So, Madam Chair, this is while we have some light moments. This is serious business. This is the people's business. It's the organization's business. This is the employees' business. I think the budget certainly provides a lot of conversation. So I'm going to hold my thoughts until the board has their final comments.
You know, I think, yeah, it is important. I think for each one of us to do a little wrap up here with the budget. And so I'm going to go ahead and go around for each one of the supervisors, and I'll go ahead and start at Supervisor Fowler in District 5. We'll go around the other way instead.
All right. Well, thank you all.
And I'm gonna there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, they get mad at me.
Well, that's good. Madam Chair, take it on for us. I just want to thank the staff, finance staff. I know this is a year-round process. I know it creates a lot of stress as well because you're working with all the departments and making sure that all the numbers are correct and making sure that you're providing the accurate information to the board on behalf of the public and letting the public know where we are with our budget. This is a very public process. As I always say, you know, we ask questions sometimes, even though we know the answers, it's actually for the public so that they can understand what their county government is doing and where their money is being spent and how it is helping the communities out there. So, you know, that takes a lot of thought, a lot of energy, a lot of just a lot of collaboration that happens. So I want to just thank you. And I want to thank all the departments for their passionate and presentations, their dedication, and just their and their family, especially during this time with the pandemic. This budget process had to continue. It didn't stop. If it had stopped, it wouldn't have come to the board in time. And we you know, there are timelines, the deadlines that you have to meet. So I just want to thank you all and congratulations for all the awards. How many years now? 16 years of every single year receiving the budget, being recognized for the way that the budget is developed, and just it's a national award that comes through. So reminds me of the children, what is that? The Christmas Story. It's a national award. So anyway, I just want to thank you all. Thank you, County Manager, for your leadership and your deputy managers for seeing this through and making sure that everybody stayed together and continuing the process through all the emergency situations that we've been through. And so thank you all. And thank you for everybody else that has been involved in this. And this is a, to me, this is a we provide a wraparound service for the community. And at every level, from someone that is trying to make ends meet to those that don't have to wonder where their money's going to come from. They're well off. We touch off every stage of people's lives. And on one end, we're trying to improve people's lives from generational poverty into the next, so the children will have a better life. We're trying to have children have a better health, well-being, and education, and have a safe social environment for our communities in various ways, from the broadband to the health, making sure that community health is well. So it's such an amazing organization to be able to deliver that kind of service almost seamlessly, and every year with very limited budget. When you look at all the other counties, they're pretty much doing the same thing, but their tax dollars are much higher than ours. And yet we're able to do the same with the small dollars that we have. So I just want to thank you. Thank all the staff that is out there, those that are listening, those that are not listening, that are out doing their job. And then we have to thank the community to put their trust in us, to be able to think that we're managing their dollars correctly, to be able to say, this is how your dollars are being spent. And we're actually improving and touching people's lives in a positive way. So I just want to thank all of you. That's all I can say. It says thank you. It just seems like it's not much, but I will burn some cedar for all of you, as I usually do every year. And that's our way, Navajo way of praying for everyone. And so I'll be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay from District 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of things that Lena mentioned is my thoughts also. And I just wanted to thank everyone, all the staff in every department, for really doing a good job within the organization. And as I had mentioned before, I've worked in housing, health, education, and also in facility management. And somehow this organization is really up to par as far as the areas that they work. And so I'm so thankful to be part of it, and to be planning and to be sitting here talking about the budgets. I think we got mostly of the budget that has been recommended as something that we would like to see for the departments. And I think one of the areas that we really need to look at is to bringing on more services, and maybe this year, and just kind of hold off on more services, additional services, until everything kind of gets to where, have the staff take a breather, and we need to reevaluate all the programs in certain areas as far as the capacity and the amount of work that they're doing, and other duplication of services, just anything. So I think that would be very beneficial to the board, knowing that too. And we don't want burned out employees, and we just want to make sure that, they have time to spend time with their families too. So that's what I'm thinking. And then I don't know, I'm just really surprised. I'm really glad, that we do have department directors, and then also the county administration that really get together and, talk about these things, how it's going to best work for the overall services that we provide. even though we didn't touch all bases, I feel, but, time will get better. We always have to have positive thoughts and a lot of things that we're doing, even though it's bad, it's always going to, in our own thoughts, if it's going to be good, it's going to be good. We think bad thoughts, then it's going to be bad. So I just want to say thank you so much. And to my colleagues, here, I know that some of us have meetings tonight, we probably till about 9 o'clock. From this morning, 8 till 9 tonight, that's a lot of work, a lot of time to be providing out there, trying to help and discuss and to plan, with others to really move forward within the community with whatever their endeavors are. So, and actually planning for their areas, like the area plans and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you again, just like Lena said, it's never enough to say thank you. How can you say thank you? Maybe it'll make me feel better if I said it in Navajo. If you hadn't sago, na nishinlini ye kon tsilo beta sos nido ba ata hanosan ishin ben na ya kon the beso de no kid. Like that makes me feel better, because I kind of reiterated what I said in English, but and that's so true. So I just want to thank everyone here, for the past 2 weeks. I enjoyed it, and it's longer than last year because we just went along with what Matt told us to go along with last year. But not this year. We gave him a hard time, and I think he's the one that put something in our meal this afternoon. Linda, we were sitting here with our heads going down this way and this way, So, but anyway, thank you so much. And guys, colleagues, you mean a lot to me. I think we have a good board. I think we all, talk about what ifs, just throwing it out on there for thoughts and for consideration. And, I really support the compensation plan. I appreciate that. And, we just need to move forward with it. And from my point of view, because there's a lot of things that has played into that, not getting the COLA, not getting any increases, we're doing catch up, where the cost of living, all this stuff that justifies the compensation plan. And so, but, we just have to move forward with that. And I sometimes throw, just like Lena says, we throw out there things out there just for a thought, what ifs, and you already know the answer, but we just, we like to do that because we don't know what our other fellow board members are thinking. We like to hear what they have to say about it, even though we know what we're going to do. So anyway, again, Sago, thank you so much, and take care of your families, be safe. We have another round of something coming around. We like to have people get vaccinated. If you haven't gotten your second vaccination shot, please do so, because our loved ones, a lot of our loved ones, passed on, family, relatives, and stuff like that. We don't want to see that again. And I think prevention is really something that really helped all of us, here, and the shots that people got. So yeah, thank you.
District 3.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Begay, for doing everything I asked you to do last year. It's next year either. And so we're concluding about 2 weeks worth of hearings, and we're a little punch drunk, but levity is important. It's very serious, what we do and what we're doing on behalf of the community. But we also need to stay balanced, and it helps. This personal contact, the opportunity to interact with each other, it's bringing out that special human component that we have. But our task is quite serious, and there's quite a lot that we would like to do. There's quite a bit that even though we would like to do, we just can't do it all. But could we be wise in what we're doing and attempt to do as best as we can as we're proceeding? And you can see it in this room, the level of sincerity, concern, desire to do more. It's certainly there amongst everybody. First and foremost, budget staff. Boy, you know, you're about ready to pass out, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Siri, your team. You've done a sensational job. You're always there for us. And for the sake of the public, most important thing is our accountability. If we weren't financially stable and we depend upon our budget department, our finance, we'd be in a world of hurts. We wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. So thank you so much. Management. So we spend a long day doing budget, and then they go for another couple hours afterwards, couple hours in the morning. But again, trying to make the appropriate recommendations. A key piece that we have here is the county organization. And that's what management's doing. It's working with areas of expertise, seeing what they're working on, what they need to do, what they would like to try and do, and do it with what we can. We have limited funds, but how can we do it, and how can we try to support everybody? A key piece that's come forward, it's always been present, but it's so much more enhanced right now, is cost of living here and cost of housing. We need a professional workforce, and we have professionals that work for us. And how do we keep them? And so a big piece of this question this year is just attempting to address a compensation component so that we don't have vacancies, so that we can retain these people that take care of so many other people in many ways. And do it professionally, and that's what we have coming forward as a recommendation for adoption of the budget. We're considering cost of living. We are trying to be as conservative as we can, and yet enabling. How do we do these things and make sure that we can do them? Adapting to changes. COVID has tested all of us. It's been very hard. Many losses for people, either directly or indirectly. And it's changed the function of our economics. It's had an impact on in many ways in the community, small businesses, what people can do, supply chain issues. So we're wrestling through unique times right now, and we need to be able to adapt to that. One thing that on the conservative side, as noted, we do 10-year projections. Finance working together, bringing it forward to us, giving us the advice of various economists and what's going on, while we also do our projections and assure that we don't spend every penny in the moment and not have money to be here for emergencies. When you talk about the scope of what we do, anywhere from the courts and the legal system, it keeps us whole and keeps us working as a community respectfully with one another. If we didn't have law and order, it would be a sad situation. That's what we have. We have the justice system that we support. It costs money, but we have innovation within. The health department and what's been going on with the COVID, so important that we've been there for the sake of the community and adapting and trying to provide the current advice, and then trying to implement, puts testing sites out there, allow for vaccinations to occur. And beyond that, while that's happening, we've had emergencies, we've had fires, we've had floods, and we have a lot of emergencies, and we need to have money available so that we can be there for when that emergency comes to the community. Unfortunately, we had 31 houses lost in this most recent fire. Talk about devastating, but our sheriff's deputies were helping people out of their houses while they were starting on fire. It was an emergency. The wonder that we have is we didn't lose anybody in these emergencies, these most recent ones. So we need to be there. People count on us so that they can live their lives. They can live them peacefully. They have the opportunity of moving about freely. Road systems, big part of what we do. And so, but when you need us, you need to be able to come there and count on us. And so these are the important components that we try and work through and address as best we can, what we can. So I want to thank our board, really committed to trying to make the right decisions, even though they didn't agree with me all the time. That's okay. It's the mutual respect of agreeably disagreeing. But for the most part, we've agreed to move forward with recommendations to make sense for this time and also keep us whole so that we can move forward. So thank you, everybody, for this. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank everybody in this room for all your hard work for the last 2 weeks. We survived. It's been a grind. I really appreciate how over the course of the days, in particular, leadership has adjusted presentations and moved things around to accommodate our requests for more information, to answer questions. I mean, there were times where we're asking for stuff at 9 o'clock at night and 8:30 in the morning. We have an adjustment to our schedule with information ready. And that was very impressive and very appreciated. So thank you. Good job. To our county staff, I want to say thank you for another great year. It's been challenging getting out of COVID. We're still not quite done, but moving towards more normal life. Dealing with all the emergencies we've dealt with in the last year, from floods to fires and whatnot. Thank you. Your job, your work has been appreciated in the community, and that's what brings us here now, and why this process is so important. Because as was mentioned earlier, we need to be transparent to the public on how we're spending public funds, and so I really appreciate how leadership has presented the information, how built the case for the need for different pieces of the budget that we are going to look at as far as what we're going to go forward, and building the case for the compensation package. That was not an easy thing to do. And I especially appreciated today, because I felt like today you wrapped it up well. Like there were still some pieces that weren't completely that I didn't completely understand, that pieces that felt disconnected, but I thought today was well done and brought all those pieces together and allowed us to be able to conclude these budget hearings with a clear understanding of how our budget's moving forward. So I just wanted to say thank you. I also want to say thank you to my colleagues for enduring this together and all their thoughtful comments. And even when we don't quite agree on things, it's important to have those conversations and put those things out there, so that way we can discuss them and kind of tease through them, because sometimes it's just a matter of not completely understanding what's being proposed. I know there were times during these 2 weeks that I felt that way, that I didn't quite understand things. So sometimes the questions weren't so much to be difficult or put people on the spot or make people have to make, some difficult comments, but more of just trying to get the information out there, talk through it, so that way we have a better understanding of what we're deciding on. So again, I really appreciate everything and everybody that was involved in this process, and I'm very happy that we made it through. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm glad we made it through too. And yes, and there is a theme of gratitude going on here, and we hope you're hearing that. And I certainly want to thank County Manager, the Deputy County Managers, Siri, department heads, and quite frankly, every employee here in Coconino County. We, the board, have made, under the leadership and recommendation of our county manager, a big commitment to compensation. And we hear you, we hear the need, we see the vacancies. It is important we do what we can that's within our power, and some of it isn't. I mean, some of it, the cost of living in Flagstaff, cost of living really in Northern Arizona. But we are making a commitment for recruitment and retention. And we wish we could do more. We know we are not filling all the needs for you all, and we are not meeting all the needs of the departments. But we hope that we are making a start and hopefully helping you fulfill the mission of this county through appropriate recruitment and retention of employees. And we acknowledge that everybody's doing double and triple time. We acknowledge that you're all working so hard. And we know that you're working so hard and delivering because you and we are all part of this community. So when we work hard, we are providing services to our family and to our friends and to our neighbors. And that is really what builds this community. And I love the services we provide. It was so wonderful to hear about our parks, about our roads, about our libraries, what we do for public education, the commitment we made to mental health, behavioral health, and then the needs that we are fulfilling. My goodness, we were just spending, was it a week ago we were in the EOC? You know, the needs that this county has filled for our community. It's amazing, from COVID. And it was so, you know, Kim Musselman, I mean, she comes in, it's like, oh my God, how can you say thank you enough to what Health and Human Services has done? And then I take a look at what has been done by emergency management, by the sheriffs, by so many people in responding to the fires that we've had, the post-fire flooding that we've had. And it wasn't just this county that was working double, triple, quadruple overtime, but it was members of our community who came home from work and they put their gloves on, they came out on the streets and helped to build those sandbag piles. I mean, it is because we are all part of a community. So I want to acknowledge you all. I want to acknowledge the hard work you've all done. I also want to thank my colleagues. And I know some of you have also acknowledged that these are fine public servants who are here trying to do the very, very hard work of balancing the needs of our community with our limited resources. And it's a huge responsibility. And I want to thank the public also for their trust in every single one of us. We're elected, so they can get rid of us, but we hope that they acknowledge that we are doing the very best we can and working with a staff that is committed to deliver the very best services to this community. So heartfelt thanks. I am really glad that the budget process is basically grinding to an end. I look forward for its final completion, and job well done, everyone, job well done. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also want to thank, in addition to the staff, all the staff that helped with all of the meals. This was no taxpayer dollars went into the meals. We did it. It was potlucks. The facilities cooked our burgers and our dogs today. So again, really want to thank Nicole and Felice and Val and everybody that helped with all of the personal touch. So, and then I want to ask Lucinda, come on down to Lucinda. Come on down here, Lucinda. So, I would have Sue down here too, but she's actually up at the employee recognition event, employee service awards. So she's covering up there. But again, and Siri and She's awesome. Although we were talking about kids not feeling good at the middle of the night. Nothing like the sound of your kid not feeling good at the middle of the night. It's kind of like your cat. It wakes you out of a dead sleep. But nonetheless, and to the budget staff, we have a great organization here. It's an honor to be back, to be with part of this organization. You know, as you all said, we rely on the public's trust to get our work done, but we don't rest on our laurels. Every day we are gaining the trust of the organization and the public and the community, and that's something we don't take lightly. So, but I want to give Lucinda a few moments to do some acknowledgements on her part as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that opportunity. And first, I want to really appreciate budget and finance for all the effort. You don't see all the effort that goes in over months to prepare for this, and all the departments, tremendous amount of effort goes into this. I can't tell you about the innumerable number of meetings that take place to put this together. And it's a really critical process for everyone, and thinking about our future and where are we going. You know, as I've talked about, this is my 17th year in the budget process. I arrived right before the first one started in 2005, and we had a crisis then. And Supervisor Ryan will remember the crisis in Coconino Village at that time with a contractor that decided to default, and we had a lot of things going on. But like this year, that process marched forward. But unlike this year, I think for me marks probably the most memorable, because I think this board stepped up and took hold of the future and made some decisions that are going to have positive impact throughout this county for decades. These are monumental changes. You need to be very proud of taking the leadership, and there will be criticism and there'll be applauding, both, as you well know. But I think when we all look back 2, 5, 10 years from now, this will have been a very momentous year in terms of moving the organization forward with the compensation plan. And then with the flood control district, community wildfire, those kinds of things that we're moving forward with. It's going to be a huge impact, huge positive impact on this county long term. And it's going to position us to do some of the things, other things that you really want to do. And it's going to spur some of those things like economic development. So I'm really excited about where the future and where it's going. And thank you for your leadership. Really appreciate it. Proud to work for you.
And Madam Chair,
Madam Chair,
that's a wrap on our end.
Supervisor Begay.
I think I want to thank Steve for your leadership. I think when I was going to speak, you went behind that computer and sat down. I was trying to look for you but thank you for your leadership, and thank you for coming back to the county. And certainly, a good leader has a lot of good intentions and good plans, and knows how to work with the staff where they're needed and things like that. So I just want to say thank you very much. And you don't have to hide from me anymore. So thank you so much.
Well, it's not 5 o'clock yet. What are we going to do, Steve? So
I can
again,
filibuster for an hour, but
thank you, everyone. And with that, we're adjourned.
Thank you.